They've got no engineering to do on the problem.
Right.
There's Mr. Nick Gibbs.
Mr. Daddy Nick Gibbs.
Daddy
Mr.
Nick
Papa.
Gibbs.
New Papa. How's it going, Nick?
I see it's going good. I see Larry got the outfit laid out for him this morning. So
yeah, heck yeah, man.
I'm glad we're matching.
It looks like Farzad didn't get the memo, but
I got a Tesla shirt. This is technically a Tesla shirt, right?
Yeah,
it's the
but I mean,
I know
it's not the right one.
Well, not the right. I actually have all my gear from when I used to be an employee. So if you really want me to flex on you guys, I'll flex on you guys.
But this is from the 2022 shareholders meeting.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
Sorry, my apologies.
And who's going to the 2025 shareholders meeting?
Are you? Oh, you are. Okay. Well, rub it in our face, will you?
I didn't even apply.
You didn't apply? I applied.
Nah, but I with the newborn, it would be inconsiderate.
Yeah, it's a lot.
No, I didn't want to take someone else's spot in case I did get it, so I figured just bow out.
I actually had a couple people reach out to me, DM me. They're like, "Hey, if you want to be my plus one," I'm like, "Give it to somebody else." I've been to so many Tesla events. It's like I would like somebody else to have the opportunity to go. So, Nick, and then I'll go to you, Larry. What do you expect from this call? What do you think is going to happen? Put on your crystal ball. Go.
You know, before these past few days, I would have said that Elon's going to make sure that he doesn't do anything to screw up his votes. But it seems like Elon thinks he has everything in the bag now, and he's going to war with Sean Duffy. Well, I mean, with a lot of people, actually. He's aggressive today. With AWS, with Anthropic. I mean, he's just going at it on X past few days. So I don't think he's too worried about that anymore. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think obviously we're going to have decent numbers. There'll probably be some forward-looking statements that are very grandiose, but I don't know. I think there's equal amount of upward inertial potential, but also equal amounts risk. So I think this could go either way.
What do you think, Larry?
I'm very closely aligned to Nick. Everything on these calls always turns on Elon's demeanor. And if he's truculent and argumentative, and if he's not in very happy,
bad mood.
If he's in bad mood, it never goes well. If he comes sunny, expansive, forward-looking, confident, has an enormous impact on everybody, from the top of the tree all the way to the roots. So I don't know what to expect until I know which Elon is turning up, and based upon what Nick has said, he's in a very, he's not in a collegiate mood, and so that doesn't bode well.
Yeah, I wonder how much of his aggressiveness on X is is he usually aggressive when he's depressive? So if he's having a bad day, is he usually out, picking fights and, being very confident about the rollout of FSD and sharing all those videos? I mean, all those Manhattan videos and the Boston videos that we've seen are pretty hard to ignore. So for him to go into the call in a bad mood would imply that he has some news, or he has something has happened that makes him be in that bad mood that is fundamental to his ability to execute. But it could also be that, like to Nick's point, it's like maybe he knows he has it in the bag. So, might as well just go all out. It's hard to tell. It is hard to tell what kind of Elon we're going to get today. Very, very hard.
I think what we're seeing with his activity on X right now is not that he's in a bad mood. It's that he's in an aggressive mood. With the whole Trump fiasco, he was in a bad mood. Like that was, he was in a bad hurt mood. Like you could tell. Yeah. This seems like he feels confidence that he can say what he wants to say right now. And I mean, it's not even, it's AWS, Anthropic, Signal, Sean Duffy. Like he is, pedal to the metal right now. And if you got your comp package secure, if you're confident in your companies, the Sean Duffy stuff, while it's I think should be concerning for everybody, because at the end of the day, we need to. Tesla's better off when Elon has friends, not enemies. And I think Elon feels very confident he can push as hard as he wants, because if the US wants to get onto the moon and build a base there or anything, it is not happening unless it's with Elon SpaceX. If you're trying to do it before China.
Yeah.
It's just not happening. It won't. He knows it. Like it's just so binary that to him it's almost there's no risk.
I wonder, do you think this is like a play for him too, to like, we saw the comments from Kamala Harris recently. I don't want this to get overly political, but I mean, Elon's stature and his involvement in the Trump administration makes it impossible to talk about this, especially with the advent of the self-driving tech getting ready to be approved soonish, because the technology seems pretty damn close. I wonder how much of like the Kamala rhetoric we heard recently, where I understand why Elon would be so upset. I thought Biden made a huge mistake, sort of not recognizing him and all that stuff. I wonder how much of that is like, okay, if I go hardcore against the right, and it's like Duffy and all these people, how much of that is like signal is like, hey, if you want to court me back, you can, and trying to use, but yeah,
I doubt it. I mean, I think that his beliefs put him significantly to the right of where the Democratic Party center, or even if the right wing of the Democratic Party is. So I just can't see him compromising those beliefs. I mean, he has a very strong belief in the freedom of speech. And if you look what's happened in the UK, you get a sense of what will happen, if the administration changes. If you look at what the Democrats are focusing on in terms of their policies and their objectives, I think you can see that it's highly unlikely that they and Elon will meet in the middle. Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's an issue. He's very, very married to his core principles, and he's not going to compromise those.
Yeah.
Certainly not for money, and certainly not for power, as he says. Give me money, give me power. I don't care.
Yeah.
And I think it's true.
Not a tangent, but Larry, you talk about his principles and all that. I found it very interesting to see Elon, Tesla, and Optimus working with Disney and the whole Tron. I thought that was, I don't know, it struck me as odd, from a year and a half ago to, hey Bob, you out there? Go F yourself. I mean, to that, I thought it was interesting.
Right, but Disney, Disney is not a political party. Disney may have political leanings, or some of the management of Disney, but Disney is an ongoing business. I mean, it's central to the entertainment industry.
I guess what I was trying to get at is there might be an amends that happen on the back end. I mean, he made amends with Trump. There was very bitter words said there.
Yeah. I think the overarching point there, like things can change.
Things can always change. I mean, let's not forget,
for the better or for the worse. Yeah,
we were allies with Russia in World War II. Like things can always change. It's
for sure. Yeah, fascinating. I think the the thing, if I switch gears to like what should we look for in this like call, the earnings, to your point, I think we're gonna get some pretty good numbers. 497,000 deliveries, so that's a record. I think we're like 40 or 20,000 short of the record production, or maybe 40,000. I think the record was 480 some odd thousand in 2023 or 2024. And so we're going to get pretty good numbers there. But ultimately, I think the thing that's going to drive the movement of the stock, to me, actually, let me ask that, because I don't even know what's going to move the stock. To me, the earnings release, as long as it comes with it aligns with expectations, I think it'll it'll be whatever. I think the call is going to do a lot more to the stock than the numbers themselves, because then people expect the numbers to be good. So I don't know, and they are going to be good, more than likely.
I'm not sure that the expectation. What do you think, Nick?
About what will move the stock or what expectations are?
What will happen today?
Well, I don't know what will happen, but I'll tell you what I think needs to happen for the market to be happy. And it's funny because we talk about these things, and then, if it's bad and we sell off 10%, everyone's gonna say it's short term, it doesn't matter. Like, all right, BS. It matters, because we would like it for every quarter that we just go up 10% rather than down 10, 15%. So it matters. But
Sure.
I think what needs to happen is, obviously, we need to have decent numbers. I don't think the numbers really that big of a deal. We need to, Tesla needs to guide for a Q4 of deliveries that are as good, if not better, than what Q3 was, to calm concerns that everything got pulled forward. And then I think they need to give some clear, they don't need to be overly specific, but they need to give a little more clarity on the next quarter to 2 quarter roadmap for how the robotaxi business grows and expands.
I agree.
Because right now the perception is that it's stalled is the wrong word. I don't know what the right word is, but the expectation is that it's kind of paused before the next event, the next breakthrough, next whatever. They've made little expansions here and there, and it started off looking pretty exciting how fast it was, but then it's kind of come to a halt. They never really added more vehicles, at least not based on what I've seen out there. And so, I think a lot of us have thought, okay, they're just waiting for version 14. If that's the case, then, if they just share that message, that'd be great. If they talk about what cities they plan on being in, when they start to ramp vehicles, they don't have to say how many vehicles. They don't have to say how many cities. They don't have to do any of that, but just give some confidence, plus good guidance for Q4, have decent numbers, and I think the stock will reward Tesla investors. Anything short of that, and I think the stock's going to get punished.
What do you think, Larry? I agree.
I'm not aligned with Nick.
Okay.
I think that the guidance is not for next quarter is not that important. I think the guidance is not going to be that positive for next quarter. I think sales were pulled forward. I think that while they are going to do quite well in China right now, they're still struggling. They'll be struggling in the US and Europe. And I think they're going to put it out there that, the fourth quarter is not going to be great. I'm really interested in the coming year. We've seen the transition this year. We've seen we've seen the implementation of robotaxi. We've seen the rollout of Cybercab. This is what so excited us 3 quarters ago when Elon came with this very positive message. So I think the message has to be about the expectations for the coming year rather than the coming quarter. The rollout of the robotaxi is, as Nick said, very important. We need to get some notion of it. I don't believe they're stalled. I believe that they're doing what they planned to do. We just didn't. It wasn't shared with us what the plan was, and so we've invented a whole plan of our own, and we're disappointed where they are against that plan. So I think that if they were to give us a better sense of the rhythm of the coming year, this coming quarter and the following 3 quarters, that would make all the difference in the world. And that's what they've never done. They told us 3 quarters ago, famously, when the new cheerful Elon came back to the quarterly calls, and he said, we've turned a corner and it's all uphill. It's all downhill from here. And we've got robotaxi, we've got the bot, and we're building the second Cortex, and we're A for away. Now he needs to come and say, the coming year is going to be very exciting because during the course of the next 12 months, we're going to be rolling robotaxi out across the United States. In the coming year, we're going to see the release of Cybercab. We're going to see energy scale by another very significant amount. We're going to see the Semi roll out. He doesn't have to be as specific as many people want him to be, and I don't think he will be, and I don't think he should be. But he needs to be positive about what is going to happen, and he doesn't have to give exact dates. He has to give a sense of the date. By mid of next year, the Robotaxi will be in 20 cities. By mid of next year, the Cybercab will be in volume delivery. That kind of statement. And so that's the Elon I would like to see turn up, and that's the Elon that will make the share move. Whether we get 55 cents or 65 cents, 60, I think it'll be in the 60s myself, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. What matters is the sense of the rhythm of all these releases, of all these new products that are going to be rolling out next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we get strong insights and guidance that are backed up by actions shortly thereafter on how they're progressing on their Robotaxi rollout, FSD, unsupervised, V14, version 3 of the bot, potentially, by Q4 26, we expect to have 100 V3 Optimuses working at the line. Something like that would be incredible, right? Now, they can say it, but they have to do it. Right. And so, yeah, go ahead.
I think they're very cautious about saying what they can't do. And that's one of the reasons that they don't roll out these particular, projections. But, it would be really good for him to give us the sense of confidence about a roadmap that we can grasp and that we can have some sort of measure again. What I don't think the market will appreciate if he lectures us again on the most dramatic change of value of any asset, that.
He's going to do that, right?
Helpful.
If you have a bingo card, you better put that on there because he's gonna do that. He's gonna say it. But I think the bigger thing is like he says that, but then on top of that, he's also going to say, give us that cadence, give us that cadence of the thing, because by Q4 26, we should see people that have cars that are capable of unsupervised self-driving should experience this, but now we can actually see that it's going to happen, because if you look at V14 out on the roads right now, doing drives in Manhattan, doing drives in Boston, doing drives in in Florida, in Austin, in California, you have this $30,000 COGS car that is able to drive around essentially flawlessly. And maybe they can tie that story back. Let me pull up a couple comments here. Is Elon's pay package vote tonight or in November? That's in November. Tonight is going to be the earnings call for the third quarter of 25. Another comment here. What do you guys think of this morning's Reuters report on battery connector recall and its timing? I mean, I think it was like 12,000 cars. If they found an issue, fix it. This is good. I think it's very small. You should see how many recalls Ford has, by the way. It's crazy. I think they have like 2 million recalls already for the year or something.
Yeah.
I gotta look it up. It's common.
Yeah.
It's common in the auto sector. What's up, Nick?
Just going back real quick to the expectations. I agree with Larry. Like, I prefer them not to give too many specifics, but I think part of the problem is last earnings, Elon said that there would be hundreds of thousands of robotaxis by next year. And that's there. You said it. You put it out there. And to me, when he said that, it seemed believable, knowing that robotaxis had just launched, and we saw that the geofence had increased at least once in Austin, but we haven't seen much progress on that front yet. So I do think if they can, he can't say something like that again. I think it'll fall on deaf ears, because to go from 10, 15, 20 robotaxis to hundreds of thousands by next year, it just seems a little unbelievable when you can't even get to 100 yet, or you haven't.
Yeah,
so
Nick, I'm a believer. I'm prepared.
No, I believe too. I'm just saying, as far as if you want to know what's going to move the stock, that will move the stock in the wrong way.
I'm not aligned. I think that 100,000 or even a couple of 100,000 is eminently possible by the end of next year. I mean, once they start scaling, they can move very rapidly, particularly once Cybercab goes into production.
Maybe, but I guess the question is, there's something that we don't know that is taking them longer to scale or increase. And it would be interesting to know if they're just trying to figure out what's it look like to truly scale one city before they go to many.
No,
If they are,
it's having the driver in the car. The driver is the problem. You have to hire.
I don't think it is.
Well,
I think, well, I mean, okay, that's obviously one. I agree. That is one element. Of course it is. But I think there's other elements. Hey, Hans.
Hello, hello.
We're no longer Hans Solo.
Or Hans with.
Yes. But I think the idea of a command center, the logistics of people, the vehicles, charging, cleaning them, like I get these are like small, not real issues, but meaning they're not issues that we have to solve, as in we don't know how we're going to solve them. They're not engineering problems that, like FSD, we're trying to solve a problem that had never been solved before. This is a logistical decisions that have to be made. And I feel like that's kind of what they're probably working on, or there might be something else going on, or they were just waiting for a V14. But either way, what you can't deny is that they have not really scaled anything right now. And so is it because they've been waiting for 14? If that's the case, then no big deal. They should make note of that. Like, we've been waiting for this model because we take safety as the paramount thing for everything. And we had kind of a soft launch, a little MVP. Now that 14 is there, we're going to refine 14 a little more, roll it out slowly because safety is priority. But 14 is the stack that will allow us to scale into more and more cities. Like, that would inspire confidence.
I agree with that, and I think that would align very closely with what we showed earlier. Actually, let me pull it back up here, which was this the Robotaxi app going out of beta, out of the test flight app, and actually going to the App Store. So now, if you want to download the Robotaxi app, it's no longer like an invite-only thing. Just go to the App Store and download it, right? And so the signal there, and again, I 100% agree with you that, if they're able to give guidance that says the reason why we haven't scaled as fast as maybe we were initially it's because we were waiting for that last 9 that we wanted to hit with V14 that gets us to go to 200,000 robotaxis, right? And if they say that, and then you pair that with all the videos of Manhattan and Boston, then it becomes much easier to visualize that for investors than just taking the word of the company. Hi, Hans.
Hello.
How's it going?
That's good.
I
don't know. I think I've been in the middle of, all of the hardware 3 versus hardware 4 conversation on X the last few days. And I think there's maybe some similarities in Tesla's communication around Robotaxi that maybe there is communication around what is going to happen with hardware 3 cars. When is it going to happen? Everyone is craving the certainty. And, I've been on both sides of the fence. I had hardware 3 when version 13 rolled out. I was like, oh, I want to, experience it so bad. But I wasn't in the camp of people who are, and, admittedly, I think there's a particular Tesla buyer who bought in COVID when the price of the car was super expensive, and then they paid like $15,000 for FSD on top of it. And the fact that they haven't received the latest and greatest functionality is particularly chafing for this particular buyer. And I can kind of understand that. But the deal is, no one has FSD unsupervised yet. And so all of this angst that we see amongst the community for, tell me when, tell me how. It's like, we don't know yet, because version 14 doesn't even work unsupervised on hardware 4 cars yet. And you can't make the technical plan of exactly what you're going to do for those hardware 3 cars until you have the software solved on hardware 4. And then you've got a whole bunch of possibilities. Like, can we compress this model down and make it run on hardware 3? Do we actually have to upgrade the computers? Okay, if we do upgrade the computers, like Elon has said, then are we upgrading it to a hardware 4 car a hardware 4 chip that is smashed down into hardware 3 packaging, because they're definitely not plug and play replacements right now? Or do we wait until hardware 5 comes out? Like, all of these things, there's just, an endless complexity of possible solutions that people want to know exactly how they're going to be solved. And those are unanswerable questions at this point in time. And I think the reason that I say all that is that I think that it's similar with, okay, how fast is Robotaxi going to scale? I don't know. We've got a dashboard that's got like 100 different metrics on it that we're tracking that are, it's a combination of this spider chart of metrics of things that we have to be able to execute on before we're ready to just say, okay, here, let's start printing cyber cabs, sending them wherever they're going to go, and they're going to get there without a driver, and then they're just going to immediately go into this Robotaxi fleet. And so, yeah, I think that like we just have to trust that they are executing this extremely complicated engineering rollout as quickly as humanly possible. There's no one else that can execute it any faster. They will be the first one to the finish line. Like, it's not even going to be close. And we just get to watch and like divine what's going on behind the scenes as best we can from the little bit of public communication that's there. And yeah, like they can't tell us things that they don't know, and they certainly don't want to tell us things that they think they know today that are going to change tomorrow and send mixed signals. So yeah, that's my my brief take on all of that.
Can I save everybody a little bit of time on that first debate? You're going to have to get a new vehicle. That's what's going to happen. You might get free FSD, but you're going to have to get a new vehicle. That's what's going to happen.
They're going to upgrade those computers eventually, but you're going to have to wait so long that you're going to wish that you bought a new car anyways in the meantime.
Let's put money on this. I'll put whoever wants to bet, whatever amount you want to bet.
Now we're talking.
I'll put money on it.
Finally, we get somewhere. Let's put some money on it. Let's go. Okay.
I'll give odds. Pick a number. I'll take the bet blindly. And I'm telling you right now, they will not retrofit hardware 3 vehicles with new hardware so that they can be unsupervised.
What's the odds?
Give you 2 to 1.
Well, there are two things in there, Nick. The one is that they will not be able to fit hardware change the hardware, and I think that's a very realistic viewpoint. The second leg of the bet is that they won't be able to run unsupervised. That's the area that I think you're on a little bit of loose ground, and I'm not sure whether your bet contains both of those legs, or you're simply saying that you have to get a new car, you can't use that car. Is that the bet?
You'll have to get a new vehicle, correct? You'll have to. It doesn't make any sense. It is literal. I mean, guys, if we think about first principles, it's literal entropy to go back and try to retrofit these old vehicles with hardware to appease, let's be honest, a fraction of 1% of people. It doesn't make sense.
They've done it before.
They said that they would, so they will. I will take your bet. We'll just do, make it nice and easy. We'll do even odds, $100.
No, I won 2 to 1. What are you doing? I'm trying to take more money. I'll take those odds too. I think they will too. I think it'd be silly to think that Tesla has built hundreds of thousands of cars that they're not going to upgrade and put them on a fleet to be able to generate income for them that are already out there.
The value conversion is so great, according to Elon, that it's just a no-brainer to do it.
I mean, you're in on this bet?
It depends on timelines. If they make just millions, if there are millions more hardware 4 cars when the conversion is finally happening than there are hardware 3 cars, then the financial incentive makes a little bit less sense.
Hold on, Larry, are you in on this one? $100? 2 to 1
I want to
odds?
give some thought. I mean, what are the odds we're discussing?
2 to 1 odds that Tesla will not upgrade hardware 3 vehicles.
Someone said this in the comments, and it's so true. You can tell sports betting and degenerate options gambling has proliferated into this panel. It's so true. Like you're doing odds on this, like the side chain bets of what's going to happen today. Like, yeah, this is hilarious.
That's amazing. Somebody
For,
somebody set it up on Polymarket or something.
well, exactly. And for the record, Nick, I think you're right. Yeah. So, Hans, I think you're too optimistic with what Elon said on that. I think it's probably not going to be a priority. Like you said, maybe you're right. Like if it happens in 7 years, are you really going to want to upgrade it or just get a new car? Like, so
Yeah, I think there will be definitely a big lag in time between when it happens. I mean, I don't know, like 2 years after they get it working, it's going to be like an intern side project at Tesla to backport a working unsupervised model. It won't be as good as the current unsupervised model onto hardware 3 though.
Why would
Like,
you
just-
risk that?
I have a question
Why would
for
you not?
How many cars are we talking
Lives?
about? How many cars are we talking about?
Isn't it like 5 or 6 million hardware 3 cars?
No, it's way
not
less than
that not that bought FSD outright for sure.
No, not that bought
They've
it.
done like 5 million lifetime. Or
But
something.
even
Yeah.
if they don't buy FSD, Nick, you still have cars that are upgradable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can still bring them in and upgrade them.
Guys, there are 2.4 million of them. 2.4 million. And if the upgrade value of the car takes it from a $30,000 car to a $50,000 car, there's a hell of a lot of money involved.
I agree.
You know, there's more money in getting people to buy new vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll come back to this stream in two or 3 years, and we'll see.
Yeah, somebody
Who's
save it
right.
and clip it. Josh, I'm gonna have you go next here after this super
And
chat. Thank you, Matthias.
It's
Go
not
ahead.
one motherboard. It's 2. It's dual computers. You have to replace all the cameras. You have to make sure you have the proper cooling, and
Someone
you have
make
to
the
waste all
Polymarket.
the time. Do it. It makes no
worse
sense.
than that.
And
Nick,
Tesla's
it's-
forfeiting new vehicle sales.
Nick, you're right. It's worse than that. Firstly, the actual form factor of hardware 4 is significantly larger than the form factor.
I
of
guarantee you it won't be a hardware 4 chip that gets put into the car. That is like, I would take odds on that. If they upgrade
not gonna
those
get
computers,
smaller.
it'll be an AI 5 chip that's put on like an old
AI5 has only
AI.
just been taped
It's
out.
not. Yeah.
I
I know.
don't even know if it's been taped out yet.
I know.
It won't get smaller. It'll get denser. It'll
Yeah.
require more cooling.
Yeah.
It'll be like.
I mean, it's gonna require. Yeah, I mean, I'm aligned with Nick
But what's cheaper,
However-
doing that or building a new car?
doing that.
Well,
So
okay, no,
The
that's the wrong
economic
question.
incentive is there. What do you mean it's the wrong question?
It's the wrong question. If you look, it's
Go ahead.
if you
tell me
look
the
at
right
it from
question.
myopically at a one car, is that cheaper to just retrofit that than build a whole new car? Sure. But what makes more sense? What makes more economic sense? Get a new cell for a new vehicle, have a brand new vehicle that's going to be at least another 10 to 15 years out there of lifetime. And you don't have to waste time at service centers for all these retrofits. It's already part of your line. You already have that efficiency. Like it doesn't make any sense.
The thing that makes the most sense is for Tesla to do a hybrid model of giving an incentive for people to trade in their car to get a new car, and then when Tesla centralizes all those old cars, they upgrade them.
Yeah.
No,
Obviously,
they
you just
scrap them and they
assemble-
recycle the batteries. That makes more sense than make a new vehicle.
What?
I disagree with that.
You guys, this is the same guy that is scrapping every new idea. The same guy that's trying to be as cost effective with the existing lines. He's trying to reduce entropy. And you guys want to say, hey, nah, bring in your old 3s. We'll waste service time centers because we know that they're not busy. And we'll retrofit this for you guys who don't want to, who already Tesla, you're such big Tesla fans that you want to retrofit your car because you want this. Like, this is the guy who's telling Duffy to go F yourself. I'm the only choice you have. What do you think he's
Yeah,
gonna
but that's
tell
his
everybody who-
customers, though. It's his customers. Like you have to be also like mindful of this. Is like, yeah, it might be like, let's say 10% or less. Let's say 10% of the 2 million hardware 3 cars purchased FSD. That's still 200,000 customers that were told we're going to get an upgrade, right? that will potentially now be like, okay, well, here's the economic incentive for you to bring it in. And what percentage of those people are going to be like, okay, I'm happy with that? I bet you at least 20 to 50% of those people are going to be like, no, give me my upgrade. I want my upgrade. And if he doesn't do the upgrade,
name one person who will ever
I
go.
guarantee you there will be so many lawsuits if
100%.
Hardware 3 cars do not actually get unsupervised FSD at some
bro,
point.
some guy with 9 shares literally stonewalled Elon getting paid. You don't think Hardware 3 not getting upgraded is going to be a giant problem?
No.
Just pay me my money now.
Fine, just
We
make
don't
it
have to
cost
wait.
make it cost like 10K to get upgraded, and no one's gonna upgrade. So for all intents and purposes, it won't matter.
No,
You know?
I think they said for free. Like I don't think they're doing this for free.
But like if they offer it for X amount of price, that's going to be ridiculous. Then it's like effectively they're not doing it. But if you want to pay arm and a leg, go ahead and do it. Also, like, okay, so for today's earnings, I am curious, right? What are we looking for? And maybe you guys had this conversation before I jumped in here. With this conversation about Hardware 3, unsupervised, Hardware 4, robotaxis, what do we actually care for about like today specifically on this earnings call when it comes to unsupervised? Because this is a bigger debate, but
Can you answer what you're looking for? Just to
I'm looking for a date, I think. Like Elon said, end of the year on no supervisor anymore in the cars. I think that it continues to be the date that really causes a big stir on Wall Street. When Larry and I did our show recently on Herbert's channel, and we talked about, okay, when could that date be? It's kind of inconsequential. It's like, is it end of this year? Is it beginning of next? Is it summer of next year? Yes, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but I think if we come out with a hard and fast date today with when that's going to be, and it's in the imminent future, let's say in the next several weeks, couple of months, I think that causes a big storm. I don't know if you guys agree.
I 100% agree.
I
Yeah,
do agree.
100%.
And
I think it would. I don't think we're going to get it.
before you came on, Yashu, I said that giving an exact date is not important. Giving some sort of what was the word I used? Some sort of idea of what is going to look like next year, between now and the end of next year, in terms of robotaxi rollout, in terms of the cybercab launch, in terms of semi launch, in terms of energy, just an outline for each of these things and what the rhythm of it's going to be. It doesn't have to be days, just give us a rhythm. Everybody expected immediate. Oh, Yashu's left us. He's back.
He's back. He got mad at you for a second.
So I think that's what's important. It's not give us the greatest transfer of value, blah 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 again. Not give us exact dates, but give us a sense of what is in their plans from a perspective of how the year is going to play out. And I think that would be very important. And they don't have to meet every date. They have to be shown to be executing on that plan.
Look, I 100% agree with you. I'm completely on the same page. I think what's different with Wall Street is for them, they kind of feel like this is Tesla. Tesla has to put up or shut up. And up until when Tesla actually proves whether it's no more supervisor in the car or bot or revenue, like I think up until that point, Wall Street will sit on their hands, kind of in the same way that we saw a lot of stocks like Nvidia. They take a big jump only when they printed a lot of their growth. And we talked about that, right, Larry? So I completely agree with you, by the way. Like, it totally makes sense. Like, I would love for Elon to just lay it out in terms of timeline and what he's thinking. I'm just thinking from a Wall Street lens of what would the stock need to go up or down. And I think in the immediate future, some sort of timeline of unsupervised, no robotaxi, I think that would be a key trigger. And I'm not sure what else in the next little bit would cause that type of stock effect, I think.
Can I offer a just a little bit of pushback on that, Yashu, as far as Nvidia and earnings before stock move, or not pushback, but a different opinion or a different way to think about this? Nvidia was never seen as a storied stock as far as AI and everything. In fact, people used to just laugh at Jensen about this, that one day this is going to happen. And all of a sudden, boom, they dropped some numbers. Everyone's like, what the hell? and then next quarter, same thing, and next quarter, same thing. Tesla has always been kind of that storied stock. So everybody's always kind of thought about this vision with Tesla, about what it can be. NVIDIA didn't have that. So I see those like, while yes, they're similar stories in a similar space and they have lots of cross-pollination they do, it's different. Much in a way where everyone talks about, this current AI bubble that we might be in is similar to .com bubble. Bill Gurley or Brad Gerstner brought up a good point. Then Cisco is not the same as NVIDIA now. Then Cisco is putting all this fiber out there, but it was dark fiber. There is no dark GPUs. So a lot of these things are analogous, but they're not exactly the same. And so I just want to share kind of how I'm thinking about it.
You're right. No, you're right. They're definitely not similar in any respect, financially, especially yet. But I guess like I look at a stock like Apple, right? If you look at Apple and you go, okay, when Tim Cook comes out and he says something about a launch, a new product line, unveiling, you almost see like 80% of that of net effect of any sort of cash flows, what's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 quarters, start to get baked into the stock within a week ish, let's call it, to be generous. It's probably a day or two. Meaning Wall Street looks at Apple and kind of goes, yeah, whatever they kind of say will more or less happen, right? And we know, all of us know this, with Elon and Tesla, Wall Street will look at Elon and Tesla in the face. And even when they come out with something like robotaxis in Austin, despite having a supervisor, even still then they don't believe it, right? So like there's this almost pendulum swing of Apple versus Tesla net effect of stock. And so if we know that there are robotaxis on the streets today, albeit not at the scale that we're looking at, like at what point does Wall Street, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of like at what point does Wall Street go, okay, this is nutty, buy hand over fist because this is about to get crazy. And I think, yes, we're on the precipice of that, but like what are the 1 or 2 things that I'm trying to dig into that could cause that? And I think the date being in the next several weeks would be like an immediate one that stands out.
Yeah, I agree. Go
I
ahead, Larry.
don't see anything that Elon is going to say on this call that will result in Wall Street changing its collective mind. I can see the Dan Ives of this world, whipping it up, but I don't see Wall Street on any particular statement that Elon makes going to go, through the roof. I don't see it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Larry, and I think that I would, probably expect that it's going to be a sell the news type of earnings call. I'm not putting money on that one way or the other, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. I think the things that I'm looking for in the call are really more some of those leading indicators that I think we might actually get that can provide retail with a little bit more confidence. And so things like, tell us how many cars are you actually operating in the network now? And what's the growth rate of the number of cars? Like those would be great things. We've been able to see what's the coverage area. And it seems like now that they have thrown down the gauntlet and they cover way more area than Waymo in San Francisco and in Austin, that they've said, okay, that's big enough. Like now we're just going to digest as far as coverage area. And now we need to backfill because they like expanded coverage area way before they expanded fleet size. And so now they've got to go back and grow fleet. And so I think fleet size is one of the most important pieces of data that we might get that would give us a real indication of technical progress. And if they'll share with us intervention data, that would be even, I think, more insightful, but I don't think that they're going to do that. So I think that fleet size is like the main robotaxi piece of data.
Did he freeze for everyone or just me?
Just you.
Just you.
Okay. But yeah, that was it.
What do you think about like what's the likelihood we get a metric like cost per mile? It's like, hey, like we expect robotaxi to run at X cost per mile once we yank the supervisor. 0, right?
Absolutely not.
2 years away from that.
Son of a. Well, I mean, but why though? Like once you remove the safety monitor, like shouldn't the service be at a point that it's cash flow positive?
What company in the world
Yeah.
broadcasts the gross margin of a product it's about to launch? I have never heard of that in my life.
But it's not about to launch. It is launched. Oh, I'm about to.
I
like
mean,
it's already
come
there.
on. Far Faza,
Let me dream. There's got to be one dreamer on this panel.
there's no way that any company in its right mind would tell its competitor what it's looking at in terms of margin. I mean, they're about to enter into a very fierce competition with a massive leader in the field. They're going to turn the field upside down. I mean, why would they tell anybody anything?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you see more companies becoming more recluse, right? Like Netflix doesn't want to talk about subscribers. I mean, like, what was the company? I forget. Big company recently. They said that they're not even going to do earnings anymore on a quarterly base. I mean, like, everyone's just wants to like give less and less information out there, which I don't blame them, because I mean, even Trump's talking about this now about trying to make it where people don't, or companies don't have to do quarterly reports, because it is a kind of perverse incentive is to think about everything in 3-month increments. Otherwise you get hammered rather than thinking bigger picture, longer term. I get it, but at the same time, I just think it makes more sense for them to not share, unfortunately.
So, I mean, what I'm gathering from the panel is that there is the likeliest scenario, and y'all tell me if I'm thinking about this incorrectly, is that this is going to be another wait and see quarter, and nothing's going to happen until they start printing on the P&L for their next generation.
I don't agree with that. I've been pushing back against that for every earnings call for like a long time, and here we are near all-time highs. You do not need to see it on the P&L for Tesla. All you need to see is steps moving the ball down the line of what Elon said is going to happen. That's all you need. It just, if they do what Yashu says, if they tell us, hey, if they were to say 14 is the version where we will pull the driver, they don't need to talk about a date. That's all they have to say. That will move the stock, in my opinion.
Nick,
But how much do you think?
But doesn't that directly contradict what you were just saying, though? Or like,
no,
they've actually said
so.
it. So Elon has said it. He said 14.2 is the F is full self-driving, unassisted.
No, he said
it's going wide.
14.2 goes wide.
Yeah. He said 14.2 is there's a wide version of V14.
Yeah, don't get in the backseat of your car, Larry, when you get 14.2.
Or do and record it. Let us know how it goes. You know?
Yeah.
Bring this up here. My IT work sees no good reason why FSD 14 Plus can't be optimized to work in hardware 3. It's not as though FSD takes remotely as many local cycles as controls. Thank you for sharing that super chat. I don't want to go back to hardware 3. We started a roll with a different thing to argue about. So, but thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
Hilarious.
Um,
Can we talk stock for a second, Farzad?
yeah, of course.
Like stock price. So Tesla is what, up 13% year to date? I was just looking at these stats now.
Something like that.
Real quick,
Right.
550 would be the answer. 550.
Okay, that's if Tesla says. Oh wait, are you answering the super chat guy?
Sorry?
No, I'm answering you, Yasu. If Tesla comes out and they say, yep, 14 is the brand, we're gonna pull out the driver, we think that'll happen end of this year, might be early January, but 14 is when we'll pull out the driver. I think we're on our way to 550.
Really?
Okay, good. Oh
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised that you heard
20%
me.
move.
Yeah. So actually, this is a good segue because I was looking at Tesla stock, and Tesla stock is up 13-14% year to date. If you look at the Nasdaq, if you look at the S&P 500, they're up currently about 13-14% as well. So what's interesting is Tesla usually has like a bait.
Tesla's actually up 8% year today.
Even worse. Okay, my point is even better now. So
you're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely planned that. So if you look at it this way, Tesla has a beta of 2, meaning whatever the Nasdaq or S&P do, plus or minus, it should be double that, right? So NVIDIA, I'll say NVIDIA, first time I've ever said it like that, but it is up 30% year to date, okay? So Tesla should be up closer to 30% rather than it's 8 or 10 or 12%, depending on the day. So can this earnings present us a time where there's a catalyst that we see Tesla play catch up? Because we've seen it on the downside. Often we'll see like the Nasdaq's up 10, Tesla's up 30, and you're like, okay, it's 3 times higher than the Nasdaq year to date. And then we see a pretty substantial drawdown. Likewise, can we see the opposite effect kind of with mean reversion year to date? And I get it's arbitrary date, but I do look at it and go, okay, well, is there an easy, quick 10% pop up possible in this earnings? And I think more than other earnings, I think this earnings, it's possible, more possible.
What's funny about that too? I've been running polls to kind of gain the sentiment from the Tesla community. So I ran a poll on X, asking just to kind of get an idea of where people's heads are at. So this is what it looks like. We have 3,000 votes. Tesla stock after earnings up a lot, down, up, down, down a lot. So most people think it's actually going to go down. And then if we look at the poll that's up in the channel right now, that y'all can vote, we have 20% up, 33% up, 36% down, 11% down a lot. So it's kind of like even. So there's a bias within the Tesla community. There is a bias towards us thinking that the stock's actually going to go down.
Perfect.
On earnings.
I'll take the opposite of that then.
Yeah,
I'll take the
that's
opposite
really
of
good.
whatever everyone does. Yeah.
That's actually really comforting to hear.
And
I'm
Yashu,
just giving you all
to-
kinds of layups right now, Yashu.
Yashu, I know you look at or you use the BX Trender as well. If you look at it up until today, the daily's been really constructive for a breakout. So
Okay, well, I think we're onto something, folks, and watch Tesla stock crash 10% after earnings.
Yeah.
We watch this back.
there is options market do say there's about a 8 to 10% plus or minus move after earnings.
Sweet. I was just about to look that up, so it's good to know.
Bradford, hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, Bradford.
Barzad and friends, such an honor to be with so many new fathers. It's very cool.
Oh,
that's right.
that's cute.
That's
That's true. Yeah, right. So Bradford, what we just, I mean, you missed all the fun debates we were having just now. Like
Yeah.
we were about to start throwing knives at each other, friendly knives, like blunt knives, toy knives. What are you expecting? What do you think is going to happen? Kind of give us the lay of the land, how you're seeing the story, like what you're expecting to see during the quarter and the earnings release and the call.
I think Matt and I are thinking that it's going to be a middling result. I don't think he was in the mid 70s as far as the earnings. I could be wrong. So we wouldn't be surprised by it being around like Wall Street expectations. They did lose a tax credit from California sometime in the fourth quarter or third quarter. California is cutting Tesla off at the knees with different moves that they're making, including taking away the HOV lanes for electric vehicles. So I don't expect big fireworks to the upside, but we'll see what happens. I'm obviously super thrilled with how good version 14 looks. The latest version looks ready for Robotaxi. I'm curious when we see that. I will be attending the shareholder meeting and looking forward to trying it out. I got an invite from a very kind person that's here. Larry, thank you.
Cat's out of the bag. Thanks for the invite, Larry. I'm kidding.
Brad,
Awesome.
I knew you were going to get me into trouble.
In front of 10,000 people.
Yes.
Good job, Bradford.
Larry, you promised me.
Well, at this point,
DM Larry on
Yeah, I
X
thought it
if
was
you wanna
next,
go to
Larry.
I think at
shareholder
this
meeting.
point it would be, it would be the right time for me to join to join Herbert's
Get out of here.
live stream.
Uh-oh.
That's funny. That's so funny.
Well,
Um,
actually, I am going to go and join Herbert for a while.
Yeah, okay.
so
Yeah,
I'll
I
see
figured.
you guys
I think you
in
just
a while.
started. Yeah.
I'll see
All
you
right, thank
later
Larry.
tonight, Larry.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. It'd be very exciting.
See you in a bit,
All right,
brother.
guys. See
All right.
you all
Tell
later.
Herbert we'll say hi. Yeah, I think you just came in at the end of that sort of debate we were just having, where it seems like if we can get some sort of guidance from the company, this is sort of where at
Yeah.
least where Nico and
Need
Yash
some future
were landing.
guidance. Yeah.
Yeah, decent future guidance that is relatively, within the next few weeks around unsupervised self-driving. Then that's going to create some sort of move potentially. We would expect, but we'll see. We'll see if that we would actually get that. I mean, I do agree. Like I saw y'all's call with. Thank you. I saw y'all's call with JC. Yeah. And, you know, he's a Uber driver that has V14, has been using V13 for Uber driving. He said on the stream that he hasn't had any safety critical interventions on 13 while Ubering. And then V14 from the videos we're seeing seem to be a step up in a lot of different ways. It just makes it a lot. Those videos out of New York City from Jordan.
Yeah.
I just had a podcast with him yesterday. We recorded a pod. It'll go live tomorrow morning on the channel. Absolutely insane. And so, you know, from a technical perspective, it looks like Tesla has what it takes to go unsupervised. Just the question becomes, when are they comfortable enough to announce that? You know, because unsupervised, like, does unsupervised have to go into Robotaxi, or does it just have to become available? And I think as long as it just becomes available and a regular person can just go to a Tesla store and get a car that they can drive around without having to pay attention,
Yeah.
that in itself is such a material event that how could it not have an impact? How could that not have an impact, right? So, but then the other flip side of me says, okay, you know, FSD 12, V12, I think for the people that were watching the story closely and understood what end-to-end neural nets actually meant, we knew we would eventually be here in this day. And, you know, Wall Street didn't really take that too seriously at all, if at all. And they were just kind of like, okay, cool. I want to see it on the P&L. And I know Nico's going to say, stop it with that. But it's like, okay. I mean, we're very bullish about what the consequence of unsupervised self-driving actually means. But could it just be that Wall Street just has priced it in so much that they're like, okay, once you put it on the P&L, then we'll take your word for it. So I don't know.
I think they priced in like some kind of call option on Robotaxi, but they haven't priced in the fullness of it. So they're assigning some kind of probability of success, and maybe like that is further out than what the Tesla bulls think. I think even there's a lot of Tesla bulls who are skeptical of version 14. So we're seeing it. There's some stuttering with the brakes and some other things. It's very good. I'm about to borrow a V14 car from someone in my area. Unfortunately, it did scrape their garage, so they triggered it. You know, come out of the garage, and it did scrape the garage. So that's not ideal. It was backing out.
What part of the car did it scrape? Was it the rims or the side view mirror?
No, it's the front right bumper, or the front right fascia.
Yeah, that's
so that's no bueno. But like you said, in New York and other places, we are seeing that it does really well in very complex situations. It's using reverse, so it's going to be able to avoid half the accidents that Waymo gets into. A lot of the accidents that Waymo gets into, it's being either rear-ended or backed into, where it's not at fault, but it's being hit by the other cars. And the Waymo, for whatever reason, probably because it's programmed by humans, like it's not able to back up to avoid those accidents. Whereas the Tesla's been programmed to back up. A dirty Tesla showed that. We've seen that with the Costco parking lot with Devin Olsen in Canada as well. So it seems to be extremely close, and I'm really excited. But I do think there's a lot of skepticism that's still out there because it's not perfect. It's not perfect.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that implies that once that, if we think, again, the polls that I showed where even the Tesla community does not expect the stock to go up after the earnings. So if even the Tesla community doesn't expect that, the broader public, after all the FUD they've been fed, right, implies that once the opposite becomes true, where it is obvious that it will go unsupervised, then we should see theoretically, not investment or financial advice, we should see a major correction to account for that, in theory, right? I don't know.
I think structurally we should take into account the fact that there are like millions of drivers on the road right now that are way worse drivers than even the worst things that we're seeing out of version 14. And so I think the fact that, like Tesla gets put under this microscope and you're like, oh my gosh, like a few bad things happened. It's not ready. It's like, no, it's way better than most people already. It's way safer than most people already. And that fundamental mismatch between the reality of those statistics and the perception of those statistics, I think, is going to be something that drives that like skepticism, and does, for investors, I think, present a great opportunity to play the arbitrage and be like, nope, like this is already way better than the market realizes, than people realize, than even Tesla bulls realize.
Actually, can I share an anecdote that just happened to me last week to prove that case? I was stopped on the frontage road off of 183. So for those that are familiar in Austin, 183 is a toll road, 75-mile-an-hour toll road. It also has a frontage road. So that basically has a road right next to the highway that goes. And I'm stopped at a red light. Stopped at a red light. Stopped in a white Cybertruck, the most obnoxious vehicle on the road, and I get rear-ended. I got rear-ended by a Prius. The Prius, his thing crumpled in, and the only thing I have to replace on my truck is the hitch trailer cover. It was $35.
The way you said that story, I heard it as a white Cybertruck rear-ended you.
That's not what I meant. I have a white Cybertruck.
The Prius rear-ended your white Cybertruck.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I don't even know. Now you're making me all self-conscious. It's like, do I explain everything backwards? What am I doing?
I think you just assumed everyone knew you had a white Cybertruck. I didn't realize you wrapped it white. Yeah.
Yes. I have a white Cybertruck, of which it was rear-ended by somebody else in a Prius, and I was in the white Cybertruck. Is that better?
What happened to the Prius? Did it get smaller?
It had more than enough damage. New fascia, new grille, probably new headlights.
And your car? Your truck? How?
Trailer hitch cover, $35. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah. It's a pickup truck. I mean, that's the nice thing about a pickup truck. You're riding higher off the ground, and it's some of the advantages. Okay. We are 20 minutes away from market close. This is where it starts to get exciting for everybody that's following this thing closely. So if I pull up the stock right now, we are currently
and who's hitting F5 when it's 4 o'clock? Is that Hans, or do you have a program to do that? What's going on?
No, man, I got to work out my index finger. I'm gonna be doing
Who lives further west?
Furthest west.
Yes.
Let's see. I think it's probably me.
Then you should get it first.
Yeah. There you go. So it's down 0.94%. We did see some recovery here from about 2 o'clock.
Don't read into this recovery as a Tesla thing. The whole market recovered. So the S&P went from down 1.2% today to now down 0.5%. So the whole market just recovered.
My watch list, all the stocks on my watch list.
The stock market has brake stutter, by the way. It's what we've been seeing over the past week or so. Okay. I'm curious. So you did a poll on what people expect the stock to do afterward, and the majority said down.
Yeah, more than 50% said down.
Yeah. And then a 20% or something said up, and then a bunch of people said, "Oh, I can't say up or down."
I'll show you the actual results here. So if I go share screen, poll. So this is the X one. So it has 3,200 results. 22% up a lot, 24% up, 37% down, 15% down a lot.
It's pretty even. So maybe nothing happens.
Slight majority, but again, these are Tesla bulls. These are people that I would expect it to go up, that would like it to go up. And even the people that would like it to go up are saying it might do nothing to slightly down. So within the community, there is softness.
You're right. So like in general, you'd expect there to be a major plus on the bullish side. So this would suggest that Tesla bulls are in general bearish unless they're getting wise to these polls or earnings reactions. So with how bearish they are compared to the norm, I think you'd expect the stock to go up.
Agreed.
The contrarians.
So let's do so, okay. Let's
agree.
make our
Nick's the
official
contrarian
predictions.
with me.
Okay, we're gonna make our official predictions. Okay, the four of us are gonna make our official predictions, and then people in the comment section, y'all are now on the hook. It's official prediction time. Let me actually end this poll where we're at it because we're about 15 minutes from the earnings release. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. So the results are. They just got posted in the comment section. 36% down, 33% up, 20% up a lot, 11% down a lot. So the majority thought it was going to be down, followed by up a lot, and then down a lot. So kind of very similar results to what we got before. Okay, we'll go with
Can we
Hans
get the
first
rock
since-
and roll Elon?
We don't know.
Or does
We
he
talked
get
about this before
annoyed
you
and
joined. It's hard to tell. I mean, he's been fighting everybody on the next. So we're going to get aggressive. We landed on aggressive Elon. We're going to get aggressive Elon is what we landed
All
on.
right.
Okay. So post your predictions in the comment section below. What do you think the stock price is going to be before the call? Let's do before the call and then after the call. Okay, so before the call, Hans. And none of this is investment and financial advice. If you trade on this, you have a problem. Don't listen to anything we're saying. We're just having fun. Hans, before the earnings call and after the earnings release, Tesla stock will be
I'll go with up.
how much?
4%.
Bradford, before the earnings call and after the earnings release, Tesla stock will be
450.
so up. What is that?
Up a little bit.
3%. Nick, after the earnings call, but before the earnings release. Oh, sorry.
I don't understand this question.
You got to say it
After-
backwards for Nick.
Yeah, I gotta say it backwards. After the earnings release, but before the earnings call, Tesla stock. Right before the earnings call, Tesla stock will be up.
It'll be up,
How much?
and it'll be up 7.3%.
Very specific. Okay.
That would be $469.97.4
Okay. There we go. Gotta get to 469. I'm gonna say
It's literally the expected move, by the way. Like, I'm not just making that up. It's the expected move.
Okay. I'm going to say it is going to be up 5% before the call. 5%.
Lame.
And then after the call, I'm going to say, now we're going to do the after the call. See? There's two parts to this. I'm going to say it's going to be down 2%.
Oh,
So-
down from your 5 or down in aggregate?
So
Or
net 5 up before the call, net down 2 after the call. So it's going to have a 7-point swing. Yeah, we're gonna get angry Elon go to shit. Okay, Nick, what do you think after the call?
Oh, we're going to round robin style. I thought I was gonna have a second.
Nope.
I think it'll be up 477.
So it's going to go down a little bit on the during the call.
What? No, sir. Up means it's going to go up, and 477 is higher than 469.
Yes.
Oh, so it's going to go 470. Oh, for some reason I thought 477.
I know you're backwards.
4.77%. Whatever. Hans, after the call, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I was thinking 4% up, which is like 450s before the call, and then I think after the call another couple of percent to mid 460s.
Okay, so we got good
And
aggressive.
I want to, before we get to the actual earnings stuff, there's more questions that I have that we haven't even talked about yet.
Okay, perfect. So let's do Bradford's guess next. So after the call, what's going to happen?
I'm going with 456.78.
Okay. So looks like I'm the one that's in line with my polls. Real quick, let me bring up some of the guesses. 445 after, 455, 420.69. Of course, we got to get one of those in there. 430 to 450. That's such a cop out. That's way too big of a range, brother. We got to get tighter there. 455.
I think he's saying before and after.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with that. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, Hans, go for it. Nico, if you're talking, you're on mute. Thank God.
So new vehicles.
It was inappropriate what I said.
Okay, good. Thank God. Then.
Do we expect any sort of announcement of a product announcement event?
Yes. I have a prediction that he's going to sit there and talk about steering wheels and Cybercab line and Farzad, and I have a feeling
Let's
he's
go.
going to try to dunk on everybody.
Let's go. Okay. What's your
Well-
actual prediction, though? Go ahead,
Franz teased there was going to be a launch event for the Roadster this week, and that it was going to come before the end of the year. So did they let us know, hey, we're going to do an event on such and such a date that we then presume is Roadster launch?
Mm.
Do I mean, I feel like doesn't Elon always say that earnings calls are not the right place to make announcements about new products?
Yeah, he's
Even
not
if
going to
it's-
tell us that it's about the Roadster. It's like, hey, we have an event coming up.
Yeah, but he's announcing like a new product by saying that, no?
I mean, if
I
it's
don't
by
know.
the end of the year, we've only got 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've
So, I
ever
guess-
announced those on an earnings call, like announcing the date on the earnings call.
I think there's a better chance of that happening in November at the shareholders meeting.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. And that's like what, 2 weeks from now? 3 weeks? Something like that. What's the other thing you want to hit up, Hans?
That was the biggest one. I mean, I do think that they're kind of on Nico's point. I do think that they'll talk about like the vehicle lineup in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, so just real quick, I at least want to get this on record. While I defended and made fun of Farzad for his rational take that apparently everyone else took umbrage with. I am,
Thank you.
especially after everyone should go check out this video he made in his white Cybertruck recently, where he kind of explained what he actually meant, where it wasn't take the Cybercab and put a steering wheel and you're done, but he was talking about essentially the initial mission the whole time, where you can make 2 vehicles on this line, maybe it has 4 doors, whatever. But the idea is like you take the same vehicle that there is and you can reconfigure the sides, right? It's modular, it's a box. But I'm actually fully in alignment with that. I do think that these standard vehicles were because they're delayed as per usual, and they needed to get something out there because they've been talking about it, and they also don't want to Osborne themselves in Q4. But I agree with you, Farzad. If they want to go full metal, well, they're not going to be able to go full metal doing millions of cars when a car, every 5 seconds coming off the line, and all that Cybercab when you only have the US, and the US, there's only so much you could flood, and you're going to be constantly limiting yourself. So why would you want to limit yourself when you can go ahead and you could make them here, ship them to South America, make them here, ship them to Europe, or in Giga Berlin, whatever. But it just seems, I'm so aligned with you on that. I think the standard vehicles were going to happen all along, and I think they're kind of pulling a fast one on us. When I'm happy, and if they are, I hope they are. I think it's good to do that.
Go ahead, Bradford.
Yeah, if the capacity of the Cybercab line is indeed like 1 million vehicles a year or more, you can't put all those in robotaxi. To replace Uber would be 400,000 or so Cybercabs, working 24/7 in the U.S. And even that, I don't think they could deploy in 1 year. So they need another destination for that capacity. So, even if they get the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard thing, where it gets away from 2,500, and Tesla's allowed to just do a lot more without a steering wheel, without pedals, they still need another destination, another use of the factory. One thing I think that they will talk about, Nico, on the call is use of the 3-in-Y lines. You got the standard now, you're going to get more depreciation and use out of those lines. I'm guessing Lars is going to make that comment on the call about that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, and I mean, I think
You
I
couldn't
think,
agree more with your take.
of course, obviously.
Good.
Obviously. No, I mean, but it's again, it goes back to it just seems so unbelievably obvious, and they have no incentive. They have literally using the Cybercab as a way to ramp up the line is such a brilliant either strategy or like perfect marriage of where we are today from a regulatory perspective to where they need to be in the next 2 to 3 years. Like it just so happens that they can use the Cybercab to hide what they're actually going to be, what's actually going to be their best-selling car in the next 3 years, which is going to be this smaller vehicle than the Model 3 that's going to be built on the Cybercab line, right? It's the perfect mirage, literally, because you can do crash testing, you can do road testing, you can do safety testing, you can do validation testing, you can do manufacturing testing, you can do everything. And nobody will know. Dude, nobody
Only if
knows
it's two
that
doors.
Tesla.
But yeah.
Only if it has 2 doors, yeah. But nobody knows that Tesla even has FSD. Like again, we use the JC example of the, you guys had him on the pod yesterday for Rebellionaire. Like what is this at 1,200 rides or something he's done with Uber, and the gigantic majority of people, it's either their first time in a Tesla or their first time experiencing self-driving technology. So you really think these people are going to be paying? Oh my God, yeah, Tesla should make the Cybercab with a steering wheel and pedal. Come on, nobody's paying attention. Nobody's paying attention, and even within the community, I'm getting freaking attacked by people that are not using first principles, FYI, to get to that conclusion.
But you don't help yourself when you say it's the perfect mirage instead of camouflage. See, you're not doing yourself any favors there, sir.
You realize like,
Camouflage
nobody's
is
laughing at
right.
that? Nobody's laughing at that joke, FYI. I just wanted to make sure that
Hey,
drive that
I'm the
point.
only one that stepped up and defended you, so easy there, buddy.
That's fair. You know what? I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just so mind blown. I was so mind blown by that. I'm like, and again, I
Dude,
love,
you hit
I
a
love all
nerve.
these guys. I hit
You
a
hit
major
a
nerve.
nerve.
And I don't know why, because it's like,
Well, I think why is because I think the Cybercab design is perfect.
Agreed.
I think there's like some emotion around there, and just how well they made it ergonomically, all that. I was in the Cybercab at the We Robot event. It's just awesome. I think that's why there's maybe some sensitivity there.
But Bradford, when you think about just two little things I can't get my head around, or that I can't stop thinking about, since I saw it in person here in Tampa Bay, the trunk is so big. It's ridiculous how big that trunk is. And if this is a modular unbox method, that means you could strap on whatever you want for the side and doors. And so it just seems so obvious that this is designed to be configurable so easily to have 4 seats. Just all you have to do is, change the trunk lid, essentially, or latch.
Yeah.
Put in 4 seats, put in 2 doors on the side. Boom, you got a brand new vehicle. And we already know that they could put a steering wheel in there because they have one in there now to move it around. So it's not like it's that crazy, and you still have the exact same design.
they literally have Model 3 and Y on the
sexy.
same line. They have 3 and Y on the same line.
It's much harder than what you just said, though, Nico, because of the form factor that we've seen specifically for the castings. And so now I'm not saying they can't do different castings. They absolutely can. But right now, the rear underbody casting has basically a wall behind the front seats. And so it would require a complete redesign of the castings. And now they could totally be doing that. They could be hiding those, only
just a
showing the
molding.
ones outside.
Yeah, it's just a die though.
Yeah.
Swap out
One
the
molding.
die. Yeah, I think the reason the trunk is so big though is like they designed it so that it has a wide opening, and if you're throwing luggage in there, you can't get it snagged on anything. There's no like little offshoots like right before the exit to the trunk, so nothing can get snagged. So I think that's why they made it like that. I did want to add about Cybercab. I think the line is built. I think the line is built, and maybe it's not quite ready. Maybe they're dialing things in, but I think
we
most
keep
of the stuff is
seeing
in there.
new job postings for
Yeah.
different things on Cybercab line.
Let me actually bring up some pictures from Joe too. Joe's been posting stuff from the factory. Go ahead. Sorry. Then
Bradford, have you ever I know you do a lot of your own kind of market research, billion style, going out there counting mega packs and all that.
Yeah.
But if you've never seen the show Billions, you should watch it. It's great. But do you know if there's anyone who's ever made a connection between when a job posting comes out for something like that, like new lines, and when the given line or whatever is actually activated and things are rolling?
What I've heard in the past is like it's generally about like 6 months.
Okay.
So it may be April by the time we see Cybercabs rolling off in earnest. But I'm guessing they would start trialing production before then. I love those covers on those cars. That's really sweet. And they look shorter, so I'm guessing those are some kind of 2-door.
It's Cybercab for sure. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Otherwise, why cover them up?
Yeah,
It makes no sense to
Because
cover
they have
them
4
up.
doors.
And a steering wheel and pedal.
And side
Honestly,
mirrors.
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start selling merch with a shirt with just a steering wheel on it. I'm gonna do it. Because you will never see anybody rub this in any harder than I will once I'm proven right. I'm going to bring the internet down. It's going to be amazing. Anyway, we're 1 minute away from earnings. Thank you very much for joining us. We have 11,800 people across all things joining us today. I know the X one is probably not concurrent, but a bunch of people. Thank you so much, very much for joining us. We are about 30 seconds from close, and we are going to probably close the day about flat-ish, if I were to guess. Are we close now? Go ahead.
No, not yet. We're about to. And it's probably going to take about 15 minutes before it drops. But what do we have? Listen, I watched Netflix earnings last night. I've watched Palantir's earnings a few times. What do we have to do to get Tesla to join us in the 2020s?
I agree.
And do video conference?
I agree 100%.
Can we get a petition on that on the next shareholder meeting?
We should.
I think it makes a big difference when you can
Okay.
see someone.
How about
Who's
this?
doing investor relations right now? We just need to bomb their LinkedIn.
Travis
Axelrod.
Axelrod, yeah. If you're
Show up to
going
his
to the
house.
if you're going to the investor meeting on November, and if you're one of the very few lucky people that get a chance to ask a question, can you please ask them to start recording their earnings with video like everybody else in the world? Thank you very much. That would be
Like
awesome.
every other top tech
Yeah.
company.
I mean, these guys literally build self-driving
especially
cars.
especially companies that have such heavy retail investment
Yeah.
participation.
It should be a question like, since Tesla believes so much in photons in methodology, how about for our earnings call, we take a photons first approach?
I love it. All right, everybody. We are waiting for the earnings deck to drop. It is 3:01 Central, 4:01 Eastern. Nick, you can be our behind the scenes guy with the stock if you want.
Oh,
What
sure.
are you seeing? What was it?
It's not good, guys. We're only up 23 cents.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that was really dry. Were you joking or were you being serious?
Well, now we're up
Guess
3
we'll
cents,
never
12
find out.
cents, 10 cents.
Okay. So usually we get 10 minutes, 15 minutes after the stock market closes, something like that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Excited. Okay.
So I guess while we're waiting, I have more questions I
Oh.
can pick Nico's brain on.
Yeah, just real
Yeah.
quick. This is why the market recovered. Besant is essentially a little more soft talk. So on China.
Oh, okay. Good. I
Yep.
mean, that's good. Stability.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Whipsaw
Go ahead.
back and forth, back and forth. It'll be it'll get
Break stutter.
negotiated. So question though is on Optimus timelines. What do you think, Nico? Over under year that we finally pass 10,000 Optimus robots deployed.
Deployed or just built? Like deployed
Deployed.
doing actual.
I mean, I assume that it'll be, they're not just going to sit around in a warehouse forever.
Earliest 2028.
Bradford?
Deployed
Yep.
in Tesla
specific word.
factories or non-Tesla factories.
It doesn't matter anywhere. Like, they just have to be doing useful work somewhere, whether it's inside of Tesla, in their supply chain, external customers don't care.
I think it's got to be next year.
Spicy.
That's bullish.
In
as
your,
hell.
but Bradford, when you say that in your head, you're not thinking like, I pick this thing, I move it there, and yeah, it's doing it. But like,
I would take
did
even
you really
that,
need
honestly.
it to do that? Really? I don't know.
I don't know
want
that
it
they're going to
be
build
like an
10,000.
asterisk. Like,
if
yeah,
it
it's
does that.
I don't want it to be like an asterisk. We're like, yeah, it's doing useful work. See,
Dude, but
And
no,
it's like,
just
well,
moving something from one point to another in a factory is very valuable. Don't underestimate how I mean, you should know this. Super easy jobs are very, very valuable in a factory or warehouse environment.
Yeah.
You know?
I hear you, but I'm just saying, like, if it's something that's like, okay, yeah, it's doing it, but we could have done that a lot faster, a lot quicker, but we're doing it
It's
just
out.
to say we did
It's
it.
out. It's out.
Well, let's go.
All right, what's the stock
We
doing?
are selling off.
In Q3, the Tesla team achieved record vehicle deliveries globally, showing strength and growth across all regions while also achieving record energy storage deployments across the residential, industrial, and utility sectors. This strong performance resulted in both record revenue and free cash flow generation in the quarter. We continue to launch new products that excite our customers across automotive and energy. We launched the Model Y L and Model Y Performance and further expanded our vehicle offering with the Model 3 and Model Y Standard, our most affordable vehicles. We also unveiled the Mega Pack 3 and Mega Block, which will further simplify large battery installations by reducing cost and time to deploy. We believe our scale and cost structure will enable us to navigate the shifting market dynamics across the globe more effectively than our peers, with advances in AI making our products the most compelling in the market. Our focus remains on scaling our core hardware business by maximizing our deliveries and deployments, as these products will deliver increasing value to our customers over time via services powered by AI. Every Tesla vehicle delivered today is designed for autonomy, while every Tesla energy storage product is capable of being enhanced and optimized by our virtual power plant or Autobidder functionality. We continue to deliver a fleet of products that brings AI into the real world as we pursue a future of sustainable abundance as outlined in our master plan part 4. While we face near-term uncertainty from shifting trade, tariff, and fiscal policy, we are focused on our long-term growth and value creation. We're prudently making the necessary investments in our business, including future business lines that we believe will drive incredible value for Tesla and the world across transport, energy, and robotics. As far as some of the financial summary goes, looks like total GAAP gross margin is up 0.8%. Total automotive revenues 21 billion, and energy generation at 3 billion. And services another at 3.4. Energy 3.4, services another 3.4. Operating margin of 5.8%. So a little bit of a boost there, 1.7%, 170 basis points or so. Adjusted EBITDA of 15% margin, which kind of came in from the previous. If we look at the financial summaries, what they say for pluses: increase in vehicle deliveries, growth in energy generation and storage, growth in services and other, and then the things that have hurt them: lower regulatory credit revenue and lower one-time FSD revenue recognition year over year due to Q3 24 releases related to Cybertruck and certain features such as Actually Smart Summit. Profitability, increase in operating expenses driven by SG&A, AI, and other R&D projects, increase in SBC, stock-based compensation and restructuring, lower regulatory credit revenue, lower one-time FSC revenue recognition year over year as described above, higher average cost per vehicle due to lower fixed cost absorption for certain models, and increase in tariffs and sales mix, partially offset by lower raw material costs. And then on the plus side, growth in energy generation and storage gross profit, increase in vehicle deliveries, and growth in services and other gross profit. If I go down to, okay, so it looks like we got some updates here. I think the Roadster status is design development now. Cybercab and Tesla Semi, I think both said construction from last time. And then Roadster still in design development. Let me go down to the outlook real quick. Volume. It is difficult to measure the impacts of shifting global trade and fiscal policies on the automotive and energy supply chains, our cost structure, and demand for durable goods and related services. While we are making prudent investments that will set up our vehicle, energy, and other future businesses for growth, the actual results will depend on a variety of factors, including the broader macroeconomic environment, the rate of acceleration of our autonomy efforts, and production ramp at our factories. This is very like, yo, everybody hold your horses verbiage that I'm reading so far. We have sufficient liquidity to fund our product roadmap, long-term capacity expansion plans, and other expenses. Furthermore, we will manage the business such that we maintain a strong balance sheet during periods of uncertainty. Profit. While we continue to execute on innovations to reduce the cost of manufacturing operations over time, we expect our hardware-related profits to be accompanied by an acceleration of AI, software, and fleet-based profits. Product. Oh, we're not getting an outlook section. Interesting. We continue to evolve and augment our product lineup with a focus on cost, scale, and future monetization opportunities via services powered by our AI software. We remain focused on growing our sales volumes, through a differentiated and efficiently managed product portfolio, which includes leveraging and optimizing our existing production capacity before building new factories and production lines. Cybercab, Tesla Semi, and Megapack 3 are on schedule for volume production starting in 2026. First generation production lines for Optimus are being installed in anticipation of volume production. So that's cool to see. Okay, let me pause there. Where's the stock at? I'm gonna guess minus 4%.
Or flat.
Oh, okay. After reading that, I would have expected us to. So there must be something in the numbers.
Some juicy things if you back up 2 pages to core technology, where it's talking about V14, and maybe I'm misreading it, but it says
what page?
Page 8 on the lower left. Says bringing a large portion of the Robotaxi FSD.
Sorry, one second.
To consumer.
1 second. Hold on. I need to find this so people can follow along.
It's the one that looks like an infinity symbol. 8. Sorry,
Am I
I was making a
blind?
joke. Bad joke.
Thank you.
Vehicle
where is it
and
on the
other
page?
software.
Okay. Oh,
Right.
here? We continue?
So it says core technology, artificial intelligence, software, and hardware. So they what they say is we began deploying a V14 of FSD supervised in October, bringing a large portion of the Robotaxi FSD model to consumers. So they had been using V14 in Robotaxi.
Okay.
We know at least in San Francisco because we got that gold line, right?
You're saying up here. This is what you're talking about. We began deploying V14 of FSD. Okay, got it. Let me go ahead and read this for the audience. We began deploying V14 of FSD supervised in October, bringing a large portion of the Robotaxi FSD model to consumers, plus improved handling of several complex scenarios such as avoiding road debris, yielding for emergency vehicles, and adding arrival options to indicate where FSD should park. We expanded both our service area and fleet count for our Robotaxi service in Austin and launched our Bay Area ride-hailing service. These efforts help refine our Robotaxi service by providing valuable real-world data that will allow us to quickly scale to other cities in the future with our universal model. We announced a deal to manufacture advanced semiconductors for AI inference and training in the US with Samsung, and further expanded our AI training compute capacity, bringing Cortex to a total of 81,000 H100 equivalents. Okay, interesting.
Not gonna lie, I think this is a bit of a whatever deck.
We kind of
I don't
already
think
knew
we're-
this, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're learning anything new here. I don't think there's.
Let me see.
Nick, what is he? This confuses me. It says bringing Cortex to a total of 81,000 H100 equivalents, but then it says Tesla AI training capacity ramp through end of September. H100 equivalents is 120,000. So there's like a 40,000
Delta. Where is it?
It was on that page 8. That was the end of on Core Technology.
This guy?
So yeah, like the end of section 1 there, it says bringing Cortex to a total of 81,000 H100s. Yep. And then the chart there to the bottom right is
The
different.
120,000.
Yep.
So that means they got 40,000 elsewhere.
Where
I
else,
wonder-
where else would they have it?
Well, so there's two other things that they have. They have Dojo, that's in Buffalo, and somewhere they have a whole bunch of AI4 chips that are racked and stacked and are, running basically training in simulation or validation in simulation.
Yeah, well, I think Cortex is in Austin, right?
Yep.
And then the rest of the training was being done in California. Right, that's where Tesla AI headquarters is.
Yep. Okay, that'd be interesting. So between Buffalo and somewhere else, they've got a whole nother 40,000 H100 equivalents.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not much in here.
There's nothing.
Well, there's a
There's
couple
like
things.
nothing.
So I'd say the biggest one that stands out that I think we were expecting, but $5 billion increase in cash.
Oh yeah, sure.
People are thinking, oh, Tesla shouldn't do a buyback. They
Damn,
keep accumulating cash.
Wait,
Yeah.
I thought it said
Despite like spending nearly 10 billion a year on capex.
From a financial perspective, this company is a very, very strong position. The balance sheet is like rock freaking solid. So they added $5 billion in cash from the second quarter. So they went from $36 billion in cash to $41.6 billion. And this is after accounting for, like you said, all R&D, all expenses, build outs, ramps. So they're being extremely capital efficient.
Yeah, they're
Wait,
investing in their business, and they still cash grew by that amount.
Yeah.
I
And
I think it is-
inventory is about the same too, quarter over quarter.
I think it's important to like internalize the significance of that they're willing to put $5 billion down to the balance sheet. I think there's a couple of things going on there. Like, where could they put that money? Obviously, Elon could be buying more GPUs. So why is he not buying more GPUs? If he thinks that that's going to accelerate it must not accelerate FSD or Optimus in a significant way if he's not doing that. That's an interesting takeaway. But B, also, I think it says a lot about, they mentioned it here in the deck, that they do see a lot of choppiness in potential market conditions here in the near term. And that they want to have lots and lots of cushion in the bank for crazy things to happen, I think, both in the domestic US market and internationally.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't think it's a call on how many GPUs, because they do have Cortex 2 on the way. So they got approval on like the HVAC and the permitting for it. So I think they'll be kicking that into high gear. So as soon as that building's ready, they'll be throwing them in there. I wonder if in between they'll rent some compute from XAI.
Yeah, or Oracle or
Yeah.
Weave. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think XAI has any. It seems like the play so far is that all of the compute that XAI has is just for training, and that even XAI then goes to Oracle for any inference needs. And so I don't think there's any extra capacity just laying around there. So I think it would, if they're going to get anything, it would probably be go get on the phone with Larry and get some.
The EPS came in at 39 diluted. What is it? 52 cents adjusted.
Yeah, we were expecting in the 50s for non-GAAP earnings.
What's the stock doing, Nico?
it's down about 1%.
Okay, so it's kind of a little surprising. I would have thought the stock would have gone down a lot more. Based on-
It will once we start talking.
The decrease starts now. In the comment section, let us know what you think of this earnings so far. It is early. We've only had it for 10 minutes. Just very, and you know what's another thing of note here. So Tesla always has an outlook, sort of like a section down here of if I remember correctly, what do they usually call it? They have a section. They call it something. They call it
While you
oh,
find
no,
that,
I'm wrong. No,
we
I'm
were
wrong.
all wrong, and
Yeah.
we are
Shocker.
admitting that we were wrong.
Yeah. When are we ever
Well,
right?
it's not over yet. The call hasn't started.
Well, we were wrong in our first prediction.
Somebody says you have puts, Nick. Yeah. Do you get puts? Do you take puts?
Your wording's funny. I have short puts on, yes.
Okay. Nice. Well, there you go. Let's see. I'm trying to
It doesn't
sift
mean
through the.
I'm bearish on the company, by the way, guys.
Yeah, no, everybody knows you're an options guy. By the way, if people want to subscribe to your thing on X, right? Don't you give like options insights on there?
I wouldn't say insights. I just share what I'm doing.
Okay.
But yeah, I give my opinion. My more open opinion on what I think's happening with the markets.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing.
Yeah, normally there's an outlook section. Last quarter it said volume, cash, profit, and product. And yeah, now they're just that slide does not exist.
No, that slide does exist. It's page 10. But for some reason, I thought there was another section in the bottom. I was wrong. I had it wrong. So if I go to the Q2 one, the page looks the same. It's just we're not really getting. They've changed the verbiage from quarter to quarter. So like the Q2 verbiage was our focus remains on prudently growing. As plans for new vehicles that launch in 2025 remain on track. Of course, they've launched that. Our purpose builds Robotaxi Cybercab will continue to pursue a revolutionary unbox process. And then they changed their verbiage in Q3, where they said, "We continue to evolve and augment our product lineup with a focus on cost, scale, and future monetization opportunities via services powered by AI." And then Cybercab, Tesla Semi, Mega Pack 3 are on schedule for volume production 26. First generation production lines for Optimus are being installed in anticipation of volume production. So this is new. This is actually, I mean, this is pretty material. If you're like a long term person looking at the bot, this is pretty significant because this is sort of the TAM that we all think is going to be significantly bigger than the car business, and Tesla has started to say, hey, we are installing the production lines for Optimus. So I mean that is material. I would say that's a material statement from the company. It's just like what are the chances that the broader market actually believes that the human or robot will actually start appearing in volume? We were talking about 10,000 units doing whatever work. If we think it's going to be next year, I don't know if the first generation production lines are going to be ready to actually get us there by next year to have 10,000. I would guess this is more of a 2027 or 2028. First generation production lines for Optimus are being installed in anticipation of volume production. So volume production is going to be late next year at the earliest, if I were to guess, for Optimus. So we'll see. This is all a call now. I mean, this is like the earnings is really not, there's a couple, from my perspective, I don't know what y'all think, but it seems like there's not much in the deck at all. And it's just going to be the call. And the call will dictate what happens.
I've been telling you guys, earnings don't matter. They don't matter anymore.
Welcome to a stream that doesn't matter. The least consequential stream in the world.
Honestly, my thought in my head was we should one of these days just not even look at the deck, go into earnings, just go and
just have fun.
Go in raw. Yeah, just go in raw.
Yeah.
And just like we can just look at the stock and be like, interesting. I wonder what's in that deck.
Yeah, by default, if it's flat, nothing has happened. If it's down a lot, what we thought happened, and if it's up a lot, then we're like, oh, it's a surprise.
No, we could just play a drinking game.
Yeah, just looking through the pictures right now. Sometimes they have some Easter eggs in here. This is the Tron bot thing, that Disney comment you made from before. This is the Vegas loop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, Cybertruck there. They got some
The
bots
Las
there.
Vegas Mega Block event.
Oh, okay.
Which it was really smart when they had that, because it was around, there were 2 conferences in town for energy generation and data center hookups. So it was really smart for them to piggyback off of 2 conferences.
Yeah. Okay. The call is going to be at 4:30 p.m. Central, so in about an hour's time. Until then, we're just going to be hanging out and waiting for the call to start. We're just going to, talk about what we're seeing come through, talk more about things that we're seeing in the deck. Still kind of flipping through and checking out what things are there. I mean, the biggest thing by far that I've seen so far, and again, like, this deck feels shorter than usual too. How many pages was the
deck
previous one?
makes me think Elon's gonna come out here feisty.
All guns blazing.
Yeah, sell our stock. You don't believe in what we're doing. Like, we might get that Elon. This deck feels like, I imagine Elon has to review the deck before they. I imagine.
Does he?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe. But it feels very much like it's a deck where Elon said, "I don't care, just do whatever." And they're like, "Oh crap! If Elon doesn't look at it, we're going to be very conservative." I don't know. It feels. I'm with you. Something feels different, and not in a great way.
It feels like they've pulled back on the hype. Okay, so, and here's the thing. I have a contra take on this. Usually when Elon wants people to pay attention to Tesla, and he's like, "Yo, just let me get you excited because we have things coming," he goes hard. When he stops hyping, that's when shit starts to happen. I've seen that happen before. With Model Y, it was super subdued, right? Once the stock starts running like crazy, it's too high. He's like when things are going well at the company, he steps back. When things need a little bit of help or needs a little bit of hype, he's at the front. So, I don't know. We'll see. I'm just, maybe that's me saying, okay, the call is actually going to turn out to be better than we think. The thing that I can't stop thinking about now, it's like V14 is very hard to ignore. And then you have that happening with this whatever thing. Like, if you really wanted to create hype, you'd be like, yo, FSD V14 completes intervention-free drives in Boston, New York City, etc. If you really wanted to hype up what's happening at the company, but instead, it's like a cognitive dissonance of sorts, or like some sort of like weird, bizarre world that Tesla's in right now, which is the product is doing incredible things, but they're not even saying it. In a place where they should be telling investors, look at how amazing our company's doing. They're like, yeah, little section about FSD, like to your point, FSD V14 is doing this, and it's just this little block. And then the rest of the pictures are just like, look at how cool our new cars are, right? Like, oh, look, we have a cheaper Model Y now. Oh, we have a performance Model Y. Look at how pretty the light bar is, Oh, 3 rows. Whoa, 500,000 cars out of Gigafactory, Texas. Oh, look at this Tron thing great. When can I get the robot? Fantastic, right? Look at this event that happened 2 months ago. Look at these wonderful people celebrating Megapack. Oh, here's more graphs. Okay, literally nothing about the biggest breakthrough they've had with the most like game-changing technology they've been working on for the past few years. It's like a whatever thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
So
it's just weird.
Let me give a counter take to that. So the head of IR puts the slides together for the quarterly deck that we're looking at. They also prepare the board of directors on a monthly basis. So they have a lot of work they do. And essentially, he's Travis Axelrod and his team. my throat just got dry. They're recapping the quarter. And V14 happened after the end of the quarter. So I think that's maybe one reason why they're not talking about it. but also, there might be really like intricate or new ways that they're tracking V14 that they don't want to share every quarter going forward. So they may not put it in materials, but instead talk about it on the call.
That's fair. So okay. So the deck itself is not really geared for us. The deck is geared for another group, and then the call is geared for us, for the psychos.
Yeah.
That are seeing what's happening, and we actually want to know what the hell's going on. Okay, it's just I know in the past the deck has usually been a little bit more. I don't know, I don't know if hypey is the right word, but like a little bit more forward looking. But they on purpose pulled off guidance on this, like very, very strategically, just with the verbiage they've used, how they're framing the conversation, just a very cautious tone. And it could be, some of that could be because they pulled the EV tax credit in the U.S. Of course, and the softness in the U.S. economy outside of AI, nothing's growing. AI is the only thing that's growing, that's keeping up at GDP. We're seeing layoffs happening. We have a Fed that doesn't want to lower interest rates as much as it should. You have Europe and China. China still hasn't gotten out of its funk. Europe is Europe, and will forever be Europe. So, yeah.
I do think it's somewhat interesting that we got pictures of stuff that didn't happen in Q3, like the standard Model Y.
That's true.
And Model 3 happened after the end of the quarter performance. So we did get a few pictures of stuff that happened after, but still no mention of FSD. But also, obviously they knew that they were going to be releasing this. So this is easier to prepare before the end of the quarter. Versus, when is FSD V14 going to roll out? I don't know. It's going to roll out when it rolls out.
This is such a brilliant summary. Summary is basically they're still doing what they've been doing, LOL. Yeah, pretty accurate. Matt, how you doing, you handsome fella?
Good.
How's it going?
Very, very good. Good to be with this esteemed group of colleagues here. So what's everyone's reaction so far? I was just on with... I
want to hear yours.
Brian White and that whole team. Everyone was scratching their head at how the numbers could be so bad. This is actually pretty close to what I was forecasting. So, it's clearly a miss. I haven't done the full kind of detailed line by line item, but I don't know. But my first take at looking through these numbers is they're reasonably close to what I was assuming. I think my revenue was a little bit higher, so I need to dig into that. Or sorry, my revenue is a little higher, so there's a bit of a miss on the revenue. So I'm assuming ASPs were a bit lower than what I had been assuming. Probably that translates into some gross margin pressure that I wasn't assuming. But really, a lot of the line items from credits to energy margin was very close to where I assumed it would be. So there's not a whole lot of surprises in here from my kind of first glance.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the what we were talking about, and the crew can step in at a time. It's it's kind of like whatever. There's they're being very purposeful on the guidance. They're not they are being very soft on saying, hey, we have a lot coming. They're pulling back a lot of guidance. They're not really, they keep saying that it's, we're going into uncertain times. We're not really sure what's going on. The biggest breakthrough they've had, which is V14, which is an unbelievable product that's doing crazy drives in New York and Boston, is an afterthought. And they're showing pictures of just whatever. So it's my takeaway is you have unbelievable things happening with a company from a technical perspective, but you're not even bothering to mention them on the deck. So the deck is this boring thing. And they added $5 billion of cash, while Bradford's point was they added $5 billion of cash while investing in R&D, building out their lines, coming out with new products, building out the Cybercab line, and they're still adding $5 billion. Okay, great.
So they've got $42 billion of cash on hand. Ford's market cap is 48.
How crazy is that?
That's wild.
Jeez.
For all those people who were, saying, "Oh, it feels so vividly like yesterday," the 2019, how could Tesla ever be worth, more than all these other auto companies combined. Meanwhile, they've generated Ford's market cap in cash in the last 5 years basically. And this is before robotaxis have taken off. Like they've done this like while cutting prices and refusing to advertise and like really not delivering on any of the promises that we were super excited about 5 years ago. So this is why this company is worth so much.
Pretty incredible. I mean, that's such a good like framing of it. Go ahead, Nick.
How much all right, I'm going to sound so stupid here, so bear with me, Matt and Bradford, but just out of curiosity, I know like Ford and GM, they carry a lot of debt. Mm-hmm. And I guess a lot of that is probably has to do with their financing arm. But when look at the valuation of the company, like let's say the company just sold today for its value, what's the real value with the debt? Like how would that work out?
So that's called enterprise value. So if you add back if you add the market cap plus the net debt, so the debt minus the cash, because the cash is inherent in the market cap, so you don't want to double count it. But when you do that, Ford's enterprise value is $171 billion. So, that's maybe a more apples to apples comparison. So that's certainly a fair point. But Tesla, because they don't have any, debt to speak of, it's all their market cap is essentially their enterprise value.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
I want to toot Matt's horn. So Matt and I, with Rebellionaire, we do cover calls on a near weekly basis, but we're really anxious about selling them on an earnings week because the stock can go up 20% on earnings or more. But we had a conversation. Matt said his number was closer to mid 50s. And we thought that wouldn't really propel the stock much higher if that's the case. And, that's the number we got. And we ended up doing cover calls this week. I'm not going to say, which ones we did or whatnot, but we took a little bit of a risk, thinking that it'd be a pretty boring week. Let's see what the earnings call brings, though.
I think Elon's going to bring the fire, but I still think we're going to be safe based on this aftermarket action right now.
Actually, while you guys are, sorry, Nico, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, since we're talking options, I've been trying to get filled. I have cash secured puts on right now, so I've been trying to get assigned for a while now. And it's been nice just rolling them up this whole time. But I came into this I had 15 cash secured puts on, but then I was like, you know what? Let's just do 5. So I closed out 10 of them, took those profits home, and we'll see what happens. I might reestablish those other 10 a little bit later, seeing how this comes out, how we come out of here. But this is a nice thing about doing cash secured puts for your stock acquisition is either stock goes up, you keep rolling them up, or you get assigned at a lower price and you don't feel bad about it.
And if you don't know what any of that means, chat GPT it.
No, Grok it.
Grok it. Yeah.
Grok it.
Come on, bro.
There you go.
Bradford
Or just call
Max,
Rebellionaire to manage it for you.
Thank you very much, dude. What a freaking segue. So while we have Bradford and Matt on the call, did one of you guys want to just plug Rebellionaire real quick? We do have a link for that in the comment section and description below. So do you guys want to talk about very briefly about what you guys do?
Matt, go
in case
for it.
people are interested. Go for it.
Oh, okay. So we manage Tesla shares for people. So we've got 3 main pillars of our strategy. We do covered calls like Bradford was just talking about, trimming and adding. So a lot of people like to hodl and like add more shares, but most people get terrified of the idea of actually trimming. We try to keep a really close gauge on sentiment and find opportunities to trim, with the idea that you can be trying to add back at a lower price to increase your share count. And then adding other names. So as much as we love Tesla, we think there's a handful of other stocks that are also just as misunderstood and underpriced. And so we try to find opportunities like that. The idea being with those 3 kind of pillars of our strategy, what we try to do is outperform Tesla. Not a guarantee that we can, and not financial advice, but we try to use those tools to our advantage to increase your Tesla holdings over time, or to, said another way, just generate that outperformance. So that's what we do. We're managing over 500,000 shares of Tesla right now, which is pretty awesome and very humbling that so many people have entrusted us with their assets. And we also provide financial planning, which is another kind of key aspect of it, because so many of us are focused on like our, what's our portfolio doing? Like, what's my balance today? Like, where am I going to be next year if Tesla does this? But like, maybe you're spending too much money, or maybe like you've got so much money, but like you never thought you would have this much money, so you don't even know what to do with it. So financial planning can be really helpful as a tool to like figure out how to manage your wealth from here until end of life. So that's the kind of services we provide.
Real quick, do you guys also handle tax strategy or just investments?
We're not CPAs, but we do look at and help to plan around things like Roth conversions. The ideal time to do Roth conversions, if you're in a concentrated portfolio, is when the stock is low. So then your dollar amount of tax is low on the Roth conversion. So we do think about things and think about them differently than most CPAs would. Most CPAs would be like, do your Roth conversions in January because the stock would be higher at the end of the year. And we ended up doing our Roth conversion in March, which was a really good time to do that.
Can I give a little testimonial maybe for Rebellionaire?
Yeah.
Matt and Bradford don't even know I'm going to mention this, but I have a friend who actually lives here in Florida, and he's the CFO of a very popular food chain here. And he has been using Rebellionaire for a long time, and he just raves about you guys and just talks about how good it is working with you guys. He's an awesome guy himself. Actually, he just had his own daughter recently, so I don't want to give away who he is particularly, but he's like one of the only people I know specifically who's told me like, oh yeah, I use Rebellionaire, and he has just nothing but says he sleeps good at night. All the stuff that he'd want to do, but doesn't want to do because he's busy with his day job, being a CFO of this fast growing company. And yeah, he just nothing but great things to say about you guys. So kudos.
Awesome. That's fantastic.
Yes, that's great to hear.
Yeah. Look at that, Matt. You came on my stream and here you thought we were going to shit on you the whole time.
Well,
Aren't
I'm
you
waiting for
happy?
that.
Oh, did you look at your face, by the way, in the mirror? It's terrible.
Where's the Trump dumping the thing?
Yeah.
the airplane thing. Yeah. So I wanted to actually highlight one other thing from this report, which just kind of blew my mind as I was looking through it. So it has the cumulative FSD miles. What page is that on?
8.
Page 8.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are just a hair under 6 billion cumulative miles on FSD. Go back to the master plan part 2. And Elon said that he thinks they will worldwide regulatory approval will require something on the order of 6 billion miles. So basically to get to the point where you're safer than a human, this is a document that he put out. What was this? 2016, 9 years ago,
July 20th, 2016.
He said we probably need about 6 billion miles to get to the point where it's safe enough. And here we are, V14, just a hair under 6 billion miles, regulatory approval. I mean, that's why we invest in this guy. How insane is that?
Well,
he called
the
it
insane
a decade ago.
This is mind blowing. That's actually such a good call out. That is freaking mind blowing.
The insane thing is that right as we hit that milestone, Matt, he's picking a fight with Sean Duffy. So,
Sean Duffy.
So let's see how this goes.
That's incredible. So 6 billion miles. Just looking at this trend, will probably hit by middle of next year or so. Is that fair?
I don't know. I can't see this. I can't tell the slope.
No, quicker.
I think it'll be quicker.
First quarter.
Because we know FSD take rate is increasing, so that does look somewhat linear the last year or so. But I think the fleet size is increasing, the number of FSD purchasers and subscribers is increasing. So, I mean, we're not far away. I mean, the point is we are very close. To hitting that number, and it seems about right. Seeing how V14 is doing.
That's crazy. Let me go ahead and read this paragraph real quick so this is from this is Tesla's master plan part 2, the second one, July 20th, 2016, written by Elon Musk under autonomy. Even, let me read it from here. As the technology matures, all Tesla vehicles will have the hardware necessary to be fully self-driving with fail operational capability, meaning that any given system in the car could break and your car will still drive itself safely. Cool.
Well said.
It is
That was
important.
great.
Thank you. Just stumbling over my word. I'm having tea and I can't even talk. It is important to
You're low-T.
emphasize. Yeah. It is important to emphasize, son of a bitch. All those nice things that were just said about you, and you're over here shitting on me. It is important to emphasize that refinement and validation of the software will take much longer than putting in place the cameras, radar, sonar, which they removed, and computing hardware and radar they removed as well. Even once the software is highly refined and far better than the average human driver, there will still be a significant time gap, varying widely by jurisdiction, before true self-driving is approved by regulators. We expect that the worldwide regulatory approval would require something on the order of 6 billion miles. Current fleet learning is happening at just over 3 million miles per day. And then as we saw before in the graph, it looks like 6 billion miles would be hit sometime around the first quarter of next year or so, given current trends.
It looks like
So-
they've actually added about 1 billion miles just in the last 3 months. And so we'll
Yeah.
probably cross that here in November, is what it looks like to me. And then on the amazing comment by Matt, he's become a father like 50 times now, so he knows exactly what you're going through.
yeah, for real.
You talking about
Yeah,
low T?
I've low T, low IQ, freaking low
Sleep
sleep,
deprived,
low
bumbling
everything.
over your words.
Yeah, just
All
a
right, can I-
wonderful
Tinfoil
day.
hat question for you guys.
Yes, finally.
If you go back to page 8 once again,
Dude, this is the most like this page is getting a lot of
it's
attention.
the only slide worth looking at. Or let's just
Fair
be
enough.
honest.
Yeah.
The verbiage is let's see. I had a point to make. Okay, here we go. It says the efforts if under the artificial intelligence software hardware towards the bottom. These efforts help refine our robotaxi service by providing real world data that will allow us to quickly scale to other cities in the future with our universal model.
Yeah.
My question is that them just saying that in general FSD is universal, or because at the top they imply that they're bringing large portions of the robotaxi FSD model to consumers? So is the robotaxi model what they're calling a universal model, or am I like reading too much into this?
Sorry, where was this again? I'm trying to find it on the page, and I'm just.
Dude, it's like the one paragraph worth reading this whole thing.
I know, but I'm trying to.
Artificial intelligence software and hardware, the very first paragraph.
Oh, here.
Where are you? Yeah. But if you read it from the top first, they say that V14 is bringing features to the consumers of the robotaxi model, and then they refer to the bottom of a universal model.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm reading too much into this, but it's weird that they're talking about these different. I don't know.
So you're thinking the universal model is the one that has the bot and the car all in the same thing? Is that's what you're
Who said
implying?
bot? No one said bot.
Well, isn't
No,
that
I
what the
don't know.
long-term goal is?
I don't know.
Hans would
I
know
just-
about this.
I feel like there's something there.
No, they're definitely gonna be like there's gonna be parts of them that are shared, but it's definitely different models between bot and robotaxi. But I think Nico's on the right track here with like there's the robotaxi version and then there's the consumer version. And they're
Yeah.
like they're
There's
dumbing
clearly
down a
something,
version that we get. And then but they're taking that, pre-deploying it in areas where the robotaxi doesn't operate, then gathering learnings from that and then sucking the learnings from that back up into the parent model.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me kind of similar to what they did when they rolled out to FSD to China. They didn't have access to a lot of the like vehicle data from China itself, so they had this universal model, base from the U.S. that they then subsequently trained on some Chinese videos, like literally off of YouTube. So I think they're moving to this standard where they've got like an amazing universal driver like stack that's going to work in every single geography, and then it's probably going to be tweaked, for cybercab or for different geographies. To me, that would make sense that you get like the best possible driver that knows how to avoid a mistake, at a level that's 10 or 100 times better than a human, once they get really good, and then you can just, figure out all the optimizations that you just need to handle for any individual region off of that one really good driving model.
I was looking
So-
at the Q2 deck. That's why I couldn't see it.
That would do it.
Yeah.
that doesn't
All
help. My tinfoil hat theory on this is that the universal model may actually be a reference to their. I believe that they're setting up a virtual world simulator for driving, like a driving environment that is a virtual driving environment, that the data inside of that virtual world is mostly sourced from the real world, but it has a good representation of all the crazy crap that happens here, and that they're increasingly moving towards a world where they actually train the FSD driver inside of this virtual world in a way that's different than what they've talked about doing, end to end, or doing training runs of discrete neural networks in the past, that it's a lot more based on RL than what they've done before. And so I don't know, I could totally be out over my skis, but that seems like the direction that they're moving, or that seems like the direction that a lot of frontier LLM models are moving. And I think this would be an application of that would work for Tesla. And once they get there, I think it becomes easier and easier and easier to train and validate better and better performing FSD models faster.
That would be great. That would
What
be
time's the
awesome to
call?
see. The call is in 40 minutes at 5:30 your time, Eastern.
I got to hop soon, so I'd like to stir up a little drama before I go.
Great.
Ooh.
We love drama.
Drop a bomb
Please.
and then leave.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see if I can make Matt a little uncomfortable here. So
Bye.
first, can you show the picture of those covered vehicles? And
Wait,
those
on
are
slide
really, those are
Ooh.
really fancy covers.
Oh, this is. I like where this is going.
Like,
Yeah, I
why are
do
these
too.
why are these
By the
covers
way-
so fancy? By the way,
Real
ahead.
quick, friend of the podcast, Tasha Keeney is back from hiatus. She just had a little kiddo.
Oh,
So
Yay.
congrats to Tasha. Look at that. Everyone's having kids, dude. This is awesome.
Huzzah.
This is great. All right, let me go ahead and pull up the thing that you're talking about. So you want me to pull up Joe's video?
Sure.
All right. So here we go. Let me go ahead and mute this. Whoops. Joe, we got to get you better music, brother. Okay.
Yeah, these covers are really fancy.
So
Why-
what's fancy about them?
They got special colors. I haven't seen
tires on
covers
them?
like that. I don't know if that's common.
but the tires on them, making sure they don't come off.
Yeah, they want to make sure that it doesn't come off. I wonder if this is something for the shareholder meeting. Maybe not. Maybe these are crash test cars or whatever. But it'd be exciting if they had a bunch of cyber cabs for the shareholder meeting, and if they allowed people to ride on them. Maybe not just on the private roads around Giga Texas. Like, it'd be interesting if they allowed full autonomy at the shareholder meeting. I don't think they will, but that would be really cool if they did.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing that's stopping them from a regulatory perspective to do that, right? Because it would be allowed to operate the 2,500 cars. No problem. Yeah, so it's just a matter of having them available. I mean, wouldn't you think that they would have these inside of the factory if these were actually things they wanted to run in a couple weeks? They wouldn't want to risk any sort of damage, like hail damage or something.
Yeah.
So
It looks
Halo.
like some of them are missing the front fascia.
Yeah.
So, they may not be like a complete cyber cab that they're saving for the shareholder meeting, but I just love to see something for the shareholder meeting, like they're saving something for it.
I love that comment. The purple cover is on backwards. It totally is.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And purple's my
Put the
favorite
covers-
color, so
Is it? Well, sorry to hear that.
yeah, I think my
Um,
theory's shot down, so I'm gonna go hide in my hole. But I'm curious, Matt, what you think of when you see those with the special covers.
Primary colors. I mean, they're They're special in that they've got an interesting color on them, and they've got like some, like markings where the lights go. I mean, to me, it just looks like they're kind of cool looking Cybercab covers.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's too much to read into it aside from that. And now, like, will they do something for the shareholder meeting? I kind of think so. To me, it would seem like it'd be a missed opportunity not to. I mean, Elon has already said that they're going to share some stuff with Optimus, on stage there. So I would think that, they'll do something with Cybercab too, since we're, a little closer to that.
He's also got some stills here.
Purple's not a primary color, Matt.
All right. I guess turquoise isn't
Neither
either.
is teal, by the way.
Teal,
All right, now
turquoise.
how about
Look at us.
90s colors?
Oh, that's nice. I like that. That's a good characterization.
That's the hood, yeah? That looks like the hood. That's the
You're a
bumper. I'm from the hood. When we first moved to the States, actually, in New Jersey, we lived in Montclair. And Montclair got some hood spots, bro.
Is that where you got your street cred?
That's totally where I got my street cred, actually. That's where I got my Pokemon card stolen. I had a hologram Charizard and it got stolen. I was so mad. I was mad for like 10 years.
You
bro.
know how much that's worth right now?
Yeah, like $1 billion.
Like several $100,000, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for.
So I'm
thanks for
gonna
reminding
run.
me.
I'm gonna run this as fun. I'm getting access to a V14 car, so I'm gonna go trade my car for that and
Okay.
Right now?
see how it goes. Yeah, right now.
Oh,
Enjoy.
you're so lucky.
Have fun. Thanks for
Be
joining us,
safe.
Bradford.
Thanks
Rebellionaire.com.
for having me. It was fun.
Rebellionaire.com. Go check them out. Thank you. Okay. We're about 35 minutes away from the call. What's the stock doing right now? It's down 2%. So, as Nick predicted, the more we talk, the lower it goes. So, fantastic. Let me see. Say questions are usually. We had a couple new ones. From
They
this
suck.
one. I thought the first one was
The
pretty
first
good.
one was good.
Yeah.
I was surprised that there weren't more questions
What's the
about
first one?
Hardware 3 cars in the Say questions.
They probably are. They're just not upvoted. It's like 80% of them are that, but nobody's upvoting them.
All the people who have shares bought a Hardware 4 car and they downvoted all the Hardware 3 complainers.
I think that's sadly accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy,
I agree with you guys. This one's good. This one's good.
What are the latest robotaxi metrics? Fleet size, cumulative miles, rides completed, intervention rates, and when will safety drivers be removed? What are the obstacles still preventing unsupervised FSD from being deployed to customer vehicles? I mean, this is the question, and it's all rolled up in one question, and it's the top question.
Yeah.
So in theory, we're gonna get we could get fireworks immediately.
Except
That
that
question
Elon's
should
going
not
to
have
pick
to be answered.
one thing and he's going to talk about that one thing and he's going to ignore all the other parts of that question. This is the thing that people suck at. They're like, oh, this is my chance to ask a question. I'm going to ask 10 questions in one, which means you get 1 out of 10 answers max.
Yeah, you give him outs. You give him outs to be able to answer this other question that's not really that question.
That's a great observation. So if you're watching this and your questions get upvoted often, just do one question at a time. I know you only allow 3. Get 3 other friends if you have 10 questions or 9 questions, and just each of you just do one question at a time, and then we'll upvote them.
Hans is so right. Like,
Independently.
Elon's probably going to see that and say something about how, once they solve all this, Tesla's going to be the most valuable company in the world, and it'll be like the greatest asset value increase overnight. And it's like, okay, that wasn't the question, Elon, and we've heard that before, but thank you. I have a feeling
Yeah.
Hans is exactly right here.
This is why not having Rob ask all the Say questions is like the worst thing to happen to Tesla earnings since it happened.
So let me take a contrarian take. What if V14 gives them the confidence to actually answer this directly?
That'd be great. If he answers it, that'd be great.
I think he
Yeah.
has the confidence, but he's still gonna.
Elon?
I would. Yeah. Well, let's do another one of Nick's $100 bets.
Okay.
What's the likelihood that we get a full answer on this question?
I'm not betting on that shit. Get out of here. No way.
$1,000 that he won't answer the full question.
By the way, shout out to Jimmy S. Back-to-backers. What is the demand backlog for Megapack, Powerwall, solar, or energy storage systems? With the current AI boom, is Tesla planning to supply power to other hyperscalers? That's another good question, Nick. I don't know. These questions are pretty good.
Well, solar
The
they've
first two.
stopped disclosing deployments of, so I don't think there's anything going on there unless Elon, Elon has spoken about, maybe doing something in the future. So I would be curious to have them talk about solar a little bit. Like, is the plan to like reboot that at some point, or are they just giving up on solar?
I'm not saying that some of these questions aren't interesting, but the value of the company is Robotaxi. It's Cybercabs. The very first 10 questions should be about that and trying to tease out as much information as we can and not let them run and hide behind these other questions.
But
Well-
what isn't it more a function of just what people upvote?
Yeah,
that's
people
what
can
people are
vote wrong
upvoting.
all the time. That's why we don't live in a democracy.
Oh boy, here we go.
That's why. I'm being honest. That's why. If we just did majority rules, this would be a very crappy country. The founders knew that.
Matt, what were you going to say before Nico turns this into a historical political podcast?
Not
Oh,
historical,
I
it's real
was-
time.
I was just agreeing with Nico. I was going to say, yeah, like people like Farzad shouldn't be able to vote. It's just
Exactly.
You get
That's
suboptimal
racist, bro.
decisions. Nothing to do with it's like intelligence. I think there should be.
I'm
an
a U.S.
intelligence threshold.
citizen.
Yeah, prove it.
I'm a U.S. citizen. Damn it! I pay my taxes.
I don't see it tagged on your shirt. What are you talking about?
I don't see your tag, motherfucker. Talking about
Yeah,
my tag. Where's your tag?
I don't look like an immigrant.
Oh gosh,
Here we go. You want to talk?
Farzad, you always give me the
Okay.
racism like crap or like super minor things. I think
Yeah,
that
that's
needs to
fair.
permanently. That's off
That's
my
because-
plate now.
That's because Nico is very good at digging his own grave, so I don't have to say much. You,
you
on the
can
other
probably-
hand,
You can
Yeah.
call me Taco.
see, you
fine.
say taco, but you're not even from South America, bro. You're from Spain. Doesn't even count.
What do you mean? Fabada? You want to call me a Fabada?
Let's call him. Can we
See?
call you Jamon?
Oh,
Jamon?
yeah. I love
Yeah.
prosciutto.
Dude, jamon is the
Well, that's
best.
Italian.
Jamon
Come
serrano.
on. Rep the homeland.
Same thing.
Yeah, just this is what I'm talking about. You see how he digs his own grave? You don't have to do anything. You just let him go for a few seconds, and it's like game over.
That's a good point,
James
Falafel.
F. What are the plans for new car models? Will Tesla build compact car models leveraging the Unboxed Cybercab platform?
Yeah,
James,
Farzad loves this question.
James, listen, James, if you're watching this right now, I want to thank you very much. Send me your address so I can send you a nice bottle of wine. Thank you very much.
Farzad's going to send you a steering wheel.
I'm gonna send him a steering wheel with a cover on it, just so he can get that little plush, you know. Will Tesla build a traditional SUV and pickup truck in the Cybertruck platform? I mean, I think this is, yeah. I think these answers are yes. These are obvious yeses from my perspective, but they're not going to answer this.
Yes. So was the joystick, Farzad. Remember that theory of yours?
I'm allowed one crazy idea a year.
That
Okay.
one was by far ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm trying to solve for the comment of Cybercab's not going to have a steering wheel and pedal. And then what became obvious to me is like once that platform has a steering wheel and pedal, it's not going to be called Cybercab. That's how they're going to solve for that. You know. But they're not going to answer this because what's Elon going to say? We don't like to use quarterly earnings calls for new product, releases or new product announcements. That's it.
I'll tell you, his opening statements, if they don't address a lot of that first question, get ready for a concerning call.
100%. I agree. I think if they're dodgy about this, I couldn't agree more. I think the rest.
But his opening statement should address all these things 100%. That
I don't know about his opening statement.
Oh, it
no,
should.
not
Whenever
his opening statement.
Whenever he's excited about talking about something, he addresses it head on with his opening statement. Every time, bar none, never fails.
I don't know. It's rare that he gives detailed like insights like this in his opening statements. Usually he'll say things like, Tesla's on the, like he'll say something like Tesla's on the cusp of solving for supervised autonomy. We're beginning the build out for our manufacturing lines for human or robots. It's going to be a very exciting next remaining decade and next decade for Tesla. We are an AI company. We're going to show the world that we're an AI company. That's what he's going to say in his opening statement. Then the CFO is going to, say a bunch of stuff that nobody really cares about for like the next 5 minutes, unfortunately. And then the question is going to come up. Well, Matt cares. That says everything about Matt. Not to shit on financial people, but let's be honest. Like most investors want to hear from Elon, not from the other folks. Maybe I'm wrong. Another James F question.
Poor Vibov.
Yeah, lovely man. What are the present challenges in bringing Optimus to market, considering app control software, engineering hardware, training general mobility models, training task-specific models, training voice models, implementing manufacturing, and establishing supply chains? I don't know if we're going to get too much of an answer in this one either.
So
yeah,
the thing that I have been thinking about a lot more recently is just the challenge of making great hands for humanoid robotics. And I know that like James Dalma has talked about this. Obviously, Elon has been saying, dang, it's like really hard to make good human hands. So this shouldn't be a surprise to people, but I do think one of the things that might be a surprise to people is how long this problem is really going to take to solve well. Like all the think about every single fancy humanoid robotics demo that you have seen. Not a single one of those demos shows a hand that you could go put to work in a factory for a week, much less a fucking year. Like these things are so far away. And that's the thing that, like, I mean, if you can get it to do an hour's worth of work continuously without having issues, you are in hog heaven right now. Like that's basically where we're at right now with humanoid hands. And that's just not going to be good enough for something that you intend to make money on. Like you're going to have a fleet of people whose job is just fixing humanoid robot hands. Like if we were to deploy 10,000 Optimus humanoid robots inside the factory in Tesla, I guarantee you would need a fleet of 6,000 or 7,000 humans whose only job is to go around and fix Optimus robots immediately.
Hand jobs.
Like if we were to do that today.
Do you hear what Matt said? Hand jobs.
Yes. Well, this is
That's gonna be a
Stephen Mark
full-time
Ryan.
job.
Just the hands.
Hand jobs and low T. Matt's on it today.
That's why Stephen Mark Ryan has said forever, like, go back to when Optimus was first announced. He said, the way that you'll know that Optimus is ready is superhuman hand jobs.
Oh, wow, I hadn't heard that before.
Apologies to anybody who has children watching this. I don't know why you would, but it's all.
Who's going to be the early beta testers for that?
Samir asks, can you share the progress of Robotaxi expansion? What cities will be expected to have a Tesla Robotaxi fleet deployed by the end of this year? This kind of like ties into the first question, so I'm going to guess they will probably not answer this one directly. Maybe we'll get some insights into the cities, but we'll see. Zachary asks, what is the possibility of an extended wheelbase 3-row SUV version of the Cybertruck? We already asked this question. Can you talk about demand simulation avenues beyond affordability, like advertising, I guess? Given the state of global politics, of course, that's an institutional question. Can Tesla's brand elevate above the divisiveness and return global perception back to our inspirational roots of ludicrous performance, environmental good, and superior safety? Did Ross Gerber write this question?
Well, that sounds like a committee wrote that. Like,
yeah, interest. Only 32 votes, by the way, but it's from it's from people that want that question answered. That's crazy. Like that, 32 votes gets that question. Okay, I mean, whatever. They'll answer, and I'm sure they'll say something that's not going to answer that. Can you update us on the $16.5 billion Samsung chip deal in Taylor? Given the importance of semiconductors to autonomy and Tesla's AI-driven future, what gives you the confidence Samsung can fulfill A16 at Tesla's timelines and achieve relatively better yields and costs versus TSMC?
Finally.
Yeah. Go ahead. No, please.
I mean, it's definitely in the weeds, but like that's a great question.
Yeah. That's a very good insight one, because this is going to this is going to really give us an idea. I mean, it's going to help people, like at least the people that follow this story very closely, to see how serious Tesla is about really getting into chip manufacturing themselves, you know. But I just don't know how much detail they're actually going to provide with this question. What do you think? Do you think they'll actually get?
Yeah, no, I don't think that they will. But like to Nico's point, you know, it's on the nose of the types of questions people need to be asking about.
Yeah.
And like this is the type of stuff that, you know, investors should be thinking about at least.
Yeah. There's another one. What is your projection of when FSD will allow for supervised self-driving? Is in the first question. Instead of trying to replace.
That's a clean, direct question that doesn't give a lot of outs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great call. Instead of trying to replace hardware 3 with hardware 4, why not give an equal incentive to trade in for a new vehicle? That back to our hardware 3 conversation.
They might answer that one, Farzad, and you guys can all pay me. And they'll say, yeah, we'll do that. Instead.
We'll do that as well. They'll say that we'll do that as well.
Wait. What's Matt's take?
Yeah. We made a bet before you came on. Yeah, so we made a bet before we came on where Nico gave me 2-to-1 odds that Tesla will not upgrade hardware 3 vehicles, and it will instead just replace them with new cars. And they'll just recycle the cars.
Like, Tesla won't give people new cars, is not what I'm saying.
They'll give it an incentive to trade in their car, and then they'll just recycle the hardware 3 vehicles.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems like the much cleaner approach. So, I mean, I think they'll try to do that as much as possible. They'll try to wait a long time, I presume, so that you don't have many FSD purchasers who are still driving a hardware 3 car. But then if you're, I think, inevitably going to have some people that 10 years from now are still holding on to them. And Tesla, I think at that point, maybe they won't be legally obligated. Maybe they will. I'm not sure, but I think they'll have some small program to do those retrofits for those types of customers. That'd be my guess, but they'll stretch it out as long as possible.
Yeah, and so as long as one person gets their hardware 3 car upgraded, I'm gonna get paid, right, Nick?
Yeah, 100%.
$200 right there, so easy. The
You,
easiest
Hans,
$200 I've ever made.
Just 6
and
years from
I
now,
don't,
enjoy.
I don't know if Larry took. Did Larry take the bet or no? Or was it just you?
I
and
wanted
Hans?
inflation adjusted. Okay, so I need $400 in 6 years instead of 200. FYI, we should have shook on that before.
Dollar today is more valuable than dollar tomorrow. So,
John K, how long until we see self-driving Tesla semi-trucks? And could you see this technology replacing trains? I don't know if I don't even think this guidance is going to matter too much to the overarching story. What do you guys think?
I think it's another stupid question.
I think
it is possible though.
Yeah,
I like this question actually. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter to the next 12-month stock price, but like, I mean, I think this is more a mission question than anything else, and I think like part of why Tesla did the semi in the first place is because it's on mission. So you want to decarbonize, the freight transportation. And, I've done a lot of math on this over the years, and other people have as well, basically saying if you can get autonomous semis, then you can actually undercut train costs, for transporting goods. And that's, while delivering it anywhere in the country instead of just wherever the train goes. So, I mean, I think that's a really cool thing to get excited about in the future. I think, unfortunately, it's probably going to be like 2038, and we'll be way more excited about, Optimus and how much cash flow is being generated by the, core robotaxi business by the time, they start actually making progress on this. But I think it's a cool part of what the company's doing, and I do think they'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah,
it's a cool thing to talk about, but right place, right time. And I don't think Q3 is the right time to even talk about that.
Jimmy S., how is Q4 order flow trending after the $7,500 EV tax credit expired, and how many Q3 credit eligible orders are expected to deliver into Q4? Will the Model YL be coming to the US soon?
That's not a bad question.
Decent, pretty good. I don't know if, yeah.
No.
Are you triggered, Nick, or are you okay? Should I DM him or
break
it out?
It's a waste. Yeah, I mean, really, that first question is the question you want to know, or the
Yeah, the second
you
one.
want.
doesn't
But
really-
you don't even need to answer that because one of the analysts will ask that question.
Yeah. Larry's back. Howdy, sir.
Hey guys.
We're going
Did
through
you
the
set
say
them straight?
questions. Yeah, did you set them straight? What are they saying over there?
I have set them straight. Yeah.
Okay. What was the vibe over there?
It's so great he came back here.
Yeah. What was the vibe? Tell us the vibe. Those lovely guys.
They're all pretty happy. I mean, a lot of focus on the good stuff, no focus on the bad stuff.
But did they talk about Optimus hand jobs? That's the real question.
Actually, that's when I left.
Yeah.
I was so disappointed.
Larry, hand jobs to repair the hands, by the way. Just to be very, very
I
clear.
get it. I get
Yes.
it.
Before I was going to go to Cindy tonight, be like,
This-
Cindy, get it?
This conversation has deteriorated far worse than the other conversation.
Oh, yes. That's
That means we're winning.
This is what this channel is all about, Larry. It's all about about precipitous. What's going on with Tesla insurance was the next question. I think we've probably gotten to the point. Will it still expand to states like New York? I thought that one I didn't mean to put this ugly fella on the screen.
Yeah,
like that.
what's going
Sorry.
on?
So, my fault, everybody. Will it still expand to states like New York? That one comment by the Lemonade executive was fascinating. Matt, did you have any thoughts about that? So, just give some context to the crew, to the audience. One of the executives for Lemonade, which is an insurance company that uses AI very heavily to come up with its plans and all that stuff, whatever you want to call it. They reached out. They made a tweet on X saying that they would be willing to insure for FSD at basically almost no cost if Tesla would allow them. What do you think about that?
So there was that, and then there was another post about how they actually had API data from Tesla, which would enable them to have more accurate pricing for people who are using FSD essentially. So I invested in Lemonade. We're big supporters of what they do. We think they would actually be a really good fit to partner with Tesla in something like this. Tesla's insurance product, I think, has fallen way short of the initial expectations. Originally when they launched it, they were talking about how the existing EVs or the existing insurers charge way too much to insure a Tesla, and so they wanted to launch insurance basically to make it part of the mission. Since the cars were going to be so much safer, the rate should actually be lower. So that was like a nice theory, but I think what's turned out in practice, probably with some exceptions, but from what I've heard from a lot of people who actually have got quotes, is there's actually not a significant cost savings. And certainly what we've seen since Zach Kirkhorn left is they've not really made any efforts whatsoever at expanding. So I did a little bit of looking into this, and they do have an insurance entity set up like in New York and in Florida to do the fleet level insurance that they're going to need to have to operate robotaxis there. So I think they can probably handle the robotaxi piece by themselves. But I think as part of the goal of having the lowest cost insurance possible, which you should definitely, if FSD is actually as good as we think it is, you should have a significantly lower rate, insurance rate than a comparable car. But my experience has been the exact opposite, even though I'm using FSD all the time. So, I think this is a really exciting thing. I hope Tesla will actually take it seriously, because I think one of the reasons it works for both parties is if you can be saving the average customer 50 cents or $500 a month or $100 a month, well, maybe all of a sudden they can afford to buy FSD now. And it could even be the case under extreme enough circumstances that you could be saving $110 a month if you use FSD all the time. And so then maybe you could, get FSD for free, as long as you use Lemonade as the insurance and you're using FSD all the time. So I think this could actually be a way to push more FSD sales if they can figure out a way to make this work for both parties.
But can you imagine when FSD becomes, unsupervised, the value add of getting Lemonade insurance is incredible. Not even on the robotaxi thinking about robotaxi, just in general,
Mhm.
I mean, you're going to save so much money on your insurance. You know, this is, I mean, to me, it's an incredible opportunity. Incredible opportunity. And, you know, even if Tesla doesn't jump on it, I think, you know, the retail buyer of a Tesla would be interested.
I would love to see it in Florida, but Tesla
Yeah.
doesn't have it here. Lemonade's not here,
Yeah.
and rates are insane here.
Yeah, Lemonade's expanding nationwide soon-ish. You know, I think that they're kind of taking it state by state, but they really they've been working on getting the product right for a long time now, and they're starting to expand this year in 2025, and they're gonna only increase the number of states that they're going to.
Yeah,
and
but
like
if they go to Florida, they'll lose their boots. They're such bad drivers. Those Floridians.
This is not a lie.
Facts. Facts.
All right,
I'm gonna go ahead and pull up. Go ahead.
you're gonna pull it out.
I'm gonna pull up the stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Matt, do you know if Lemonade does home insurance at all?
They do. Yeah, I'm a customer actually.
Oh, okay, good. Because I think that's one of the hiccups for Tesla in Florida, is that this might have changed, but I believe in Florida, if you're going to provide insurance here, auto insurance, they require that those insurance providers also offer home insurance. I think it's to keep insurance companies from leaving.
Yeah, that's probably not going to work with Lemonade too, because they are very risk averse with like cat events like hurricanes. So they are very unlikely to be insuring in any large numbers in Florida, home insurance at least.
I don't think it has to be a large number. Like USAA, they offer home insurance in Florida, but they only do a certain amount of policies. They'll only do a certain amount of policies each year, and that's it. They're very limited, but
Yeah.
it allows them to offer auto insurance everywhere.
Yeah. So I mean, if that's a loophole where, you know, if you're doing a couple hundred homes or something like that, or a couple thousand even, Tesla or Lemonade could presumably do that, because they do home insurance. It's a great product. I've really enjoyed it, and I saved money when I signed up.
Did you guys notice that the total end of quarter leasing vehicle count had dropped quite significantly? Just going into the detail of I mean, it just seemed to be a surprise to me that the leasing vehicle fleet should drop in a quarter where leasing was such an important component of the, the original financing bill of how people could get. I mean, I actually leased a vehicle from them in order to get the $7,500 credit. It was the only way I could get the credit, because they take the credit under those circumstances. But it fell from 172,000 to 170,000. In fact, since quarter 4 2024, when it climbed quite significantly, it's fallen every quarter since.
It is fascinating. I mean, are the customers that lease typically are on the bottom half of the economic ladder? No.
Yeah,
typically?
I mean, except for with this with what was going on with the $7,500 credit, anybody with a substantial income or a substantial asset base couldn't get it. So the only way you could actually get it was lease the car from the company, and then the company takes the $7,500, passes it on to you.
Yeah. I mean, I think what that says to me is that the customers that would typically lease are just not getting Teslas. There's a huge leasing market out there, but they're not getting Teslas. They're getting Corollas. They're getting Camrys. They're getting Accords. They're getting Kias. They're getting Hyundais.
It says to me that the leasing pricing is too high. And I've always felt that way about Tesla.
They actually just lowered it in Q4. I saw.
Yeah, they did. But what about, didn't they also just start leasing used cars too that are offered at that lower?
I don't know.
I thought they were.
In
I thought they were last quarter.
Which quarter
I
did that
think just
start?
briefly.
Yeah, I don't know if they're still doing it, but I thought that was last quarter in Q3.
Anyway, yeah, and the other number that really caught my eye was inventory. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but inventory dropped to 10 days supply, which is kind of I think an all-time record. Could be.
Yeah, they delivered like 50,000 more cars than they produced. So
Yep, $2.8 billion. They ran down
They
inventory.
flushed it. So low release take rate and low days on hand, record low at least
Record
as of
low.
recent. Yeah.
And that accounted for $2.8 billion additional cash flow,
Wow.
which brought their cash flow to the quarter to a record $4 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and cash balance to almost 42 billion, which is just insane.
I mean, it is without it. Like, this is the craziest thing about this company. It's like it is. We're waiting for it to execute one of the greatest product ambitions of all time, while it is executing at a very high level from a financial perspective. Just from just pure numbers, just looking at the balance sheet, it's like it's such a and there's a reason why it's a $1.4 trillion company, 1.3 trillion, whatever it is. It's because of that. You know, I think the market realizes that this is a very unique company, and they're just, you know, we're all waiting with bated breath on FSD to go unsupervised, so that the next leg can finally start being realized, and it gives the foundation for the following leg, which is the bot. That's the story. You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will admit, when I first got like completely convinced of Tesla's, as a, I went all in 2019. I did not think they would get this good at manufacturing. I thought they'd, improve. The Model 3 progress was pretty apparent by that time. And I thought they'd be a reasonably profitable car maker. But, I thought almost all the upside was in autonomy. And man, have they shown how much they can do just in reducing cost and, making
Crazy.
a compelling product. So that's been a very pleasant surprise for me over the last several years.
Crazy. Let's answer this question here before we go. We tune over to the earnings call, which is going to start in about 5 minutes. Do you think that Tesla will eventually give dividends? I think this is inevitable. I mean, they're already creating this much cash flow and adding a ton of cash to the balance sheet. At some point, with FSD unsupervised, with the robotaxi network, with the humanoid robot, to me, it's like owning Tesla stock is like a quasi UBI, because you're getting the winnings from the AI, from the robots doing work, and then you're gonna get paid. That's not investment or financial advice, but this is one of the main reasons why I'm investing in Tesla long term, because it's inevitable for the company to have dividends. It's inevitable. It's going to be generating too much cash relative to its manufacturing base. So
I think that is going to be quite a while between here and there, though, depending
for sure.
on the business model of Optimus. Like, because one of the things that you could definitely see them doing is a robots as a service model, which I know Larry has talked about that extensively, and CERN and lots of different people. So if they do that, that means they're holding all those robots on their balance sheet, and that is going to require a lot of upfront capex.
can you guys hear that, by the way?
Yep.
We did hear it, yeah.
Okay. I do have a way to boost the audio on their side too, in case it's, because I know usually these streams are soft. I'm
Yeah.
able to boost it. So found a little hack. All right, everybody. We're waiting for Tesla to go live with their Q3 earnings call. We've been here for 3 hours now. 2 minutes, 59 seconds, and 59 minutes and 45 seconds. I'm not even going to try anymore. We've been here a while. And in about 5 minutes, we're going to get the earnings call from Tesla. So we're going to listen to what they say. And then after they're done with the call, we're going to sit down and talk about what happened on the call. Okay, so let's go around the panel and see what everybody thinks is going to happen now that we've talked about this quite a bit. And then in the comment section, let us know what you think is going to happen here. Do y'all think we're going to get happy Elon? Do we think we're going to get angry Elon? And what do you think what will happen to the stock price, not financial or investment advice, after the call, given that we've seen the earnings deck now? So Matt, you go first.
Yeah, I think Elon is weeks away from getting his pay package approved at this annual meeting. I think he's going to be on his best behavior. I think he's going to come out as a bit of a hype man and try to pump it up. But that said, I don't think we're going to necessarily hear anything too new. So I think it's going to be an upbeat Elon. I think he's going to talk a lot about the progress and how close they are on robotaxis and FSD in general. We might hear some more estimates of I think you'll be able to use your car unsupervised first half of next year or something like that. That might get people a little excited. But I don't think that's not a categorically new type of comment than we've heard from him in the past. So I think he's going to I think he's going to keep it to similar things that he has said in the past, and we won't get any substantive new information.
Okay. Hans, what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely. I don't know. I think we might get angry Elon I think he's all wound up tight, and I hear what Matt is saying, but we'll keep the perspectives interesting and just say, yeah, angry Elon, a little bit of a wild card earnings call. There's got to be some very interesting nuggets, though, based on just how close I think they are to executing on Cybercab. Like we're so close.
Nico, what say you?
You guys have heard of Dark MAGA, coined by Elon. I think we get Dark Feisty Elon on this call. I think he's confident and aggressive right now and taking it to people, knowing that he's in a position of power, whether it's Sean Duffy, whether it's Signal. I think Elon's coming for them.
Larry.
I think we're going to get a happy Elon, as opposed to Nick. I think he's going to be a happy warrior tonight. I think he's going to be talking, futures. I think he's going to be focusing on the future, and I don't think he's going to be feisty. I think he's going to be forward-looking. I'm going to call out, the robotaxi fleet and give us a sense of where it's going. And energy, he's going to tout energy and where it's going. And then he's probably going to talk about Optimus very optimistically. So
Nice.
I take the over on Nick.
And I think I'm going to go with the hottest take of all. I think this is going to be one of Elon's greatest calls of all time. I think it's going to be a top 3. I think there's too many things happening at once. I think his comp package, I feel like he's going to know he's going to have the votes. Cyber, like you said, Cybercab, it's right around the corner. V14's killing it. Bot is starting production soon. Sitting on cash real pretty. EV tax credit's gone, so legacy automaker can't even compete anymore, not that they could before. And it puts them in a very unique position to leverage your existing fleet and destroy everybody. And I think the reason why he's going crazy on X is because he knows this. And he's going to come out and just go crazy in the best way possible.
So you're Dark Elon too.
That you call that dark? I call that like the brightest Elon of all time.
No, like Dark MAGA, like he's in the lab. He's like Michael Jordan, tongue out, like let's go, bring it on competition.
Okay, like go. You're saying like go Elon.
Yeah, he's gonna goat it. Yeah.
Okay,
Like that's what
it.
Dark MAGA was when Elon did that, It's
Your
all right.
definitions of things don't make any sense to me. I just want to put that out there.
You're the one saying mirage instead of camouflage, sir.
The way your brain works is very special, and that's why I have you on, is because every time I bring you on, I just don't. I'm always
Come on,
left in awe.
It's Jordan, Tom Brady, like these. You wanted to get them upset.
How is
like,
that Dark
together.
Brady? Oh, Dark Brady.
He's
the
talking
best.
about Chainsaw Elon.
Like
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant, like you want to get like crowd start booing. Let's go.
I would argue
Chainsaw.
I would argue Chainsaw Elon was probably like bottom Elon. That's when everything went to shit. Is when he brought out the chainsaw.
That's unhinged Elon. I don't
That's
think it's gonna be
unhinged
unhinged.
Elon.
I think he's
Yeah.
really focused and he's he's maniacal right now.
in the best way possible.
Yeah, killer instinct. Like I think he's.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm getting heated up here. I'm ready.
I agree
Let's
with that. I
go.
agree with that. Yeah. It's very funny how we both, like, we said what I thought was literally the opposite that you said of what I said, and then we're basically saying the same thing. You're so special.
The music
Thank you.
has started, right? You've got
Yes.
Yeah, the music has.
started.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Okay. Oops, muted it by accident.
Demonetized.
Whatever. I'm not doing.
I
this,
got banned on YouTube for 3 months. 'Cause of
You
that.
did?
Yeah, they said that I was using someone else's music, and it turned out it was like a stream thing. Like, I don't even care about this. And then I went a year without addressing it, and I had to make a video explaining why YouTube screwed up, and I didn't do anything wrong.
Wow.
Yeah.
No way.
So-
You got 3 strikes. You got 3 copyright strikes.
Yeah, because there's 3 different earnings call.
What?
Well,
That's wild. I'm shocked that they would give you a strike for that. That makes no
Dude,
sense.
I don't even look at it, and so by the time I noticed it, I was past the window to respond with my explanation. Like, oops.
But yeah, interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've never had that issue. Never had that
It's because
issue.
it's not like there's a human that's looking at it, you know?
Yeah, it's all botted.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we've had I had a couple instances where there was I actually got copyright striked for a reaction video, shockingly. And I reached out to the person directly that gave me the copyright strike, and they removed it. So I was like, bro, like, come on. It's a reaction video. Like, how can you copyright strike me for that? But anyway, fortunately, I haven't had too much issues with YouTube on the back end. I've had a couple things. I've had a couple things demonetized that shouldn't have been. Yeah, but outside of that, honestly, the way YouTube monetizes video is so much better than X. It's like not even in the same ballpark. And that's the one very frustrating thing about X for me. It's that they have such a massive potential to draw so many creators to the platform, but they're going, like, they haven't done anything from a monetization perspective for creators, because that's really the lever you need to pull. And yeah,
They literally just need a tab for videos
yeah,
and just literally just copy and paste what YouTube does and just have a tab within the X app that looks like YouTube. Like,
with the proper monetization attached to it. They need to monetize it.
Yeah, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, right now, if I want to find a certain video, if I just want to go on X to watch videos,
Oh, it's impossible.
I would, like,
Yeah.
I don't even know how. What am I going to scroll forever until I find videos?
Yeah.
Guys, I have to bring your attention to one thing. I mean, all this video chat and stuff is
Tell
not
us.
of great interest, to be honest. I'm looking at the operating cash flow and net income graphs on, I guess, page 21 of the letter. And I have to say that I'm amazed. So if you look at the net income graph,
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, we're live.
Okay.
Tesla's third
Let's-
quarter 2025 Q&A webcast.
How's the volume?
My name
Good.
is Travis Axelrod, Head of Investor Relations, and I'm joined today by Elon Musk, Vaibhav Taneja, and a number of other executives. Our Q3 results were announced at about 3 p.m. Central Time in the update deck we published at the same link as this webcast. During this call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on our predictions and expectations as of today. Actual events or results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our most recent filings with the SEC. We urge shareholders to read our definitive proxy statement, which contains important information about the matters to be voted on at the 2025 annual meeting. During the question and answer portion of today's call, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. Please use the raise hand button to join the question queue. Before we jump into Q&A, Elon has some opening remarks. Elon?
Thank you. We're at a critical inflection point for Tesla and our strategy going forward as we bring AI into the real world. I think it's important to emphasize that Tesla really is the leader in real world AI. No one can do what we can do with real world AI. I have pretty good insight into AI in general. I think that Tesla has the highest intelligence density of any AI out there in the car, and that is only going to get better. And we're really just at the beginning of scaling at a quite massively full self-driving and robotaxi, and fundamentally changing the nature of transport. I think people just don't quite appreciate the degree to which this will take off. Where it's honestly it's going to be like a shockwave. So it's a because the cars are all out there. There, we have millions of cars out there that, with a software update, become full self-driving cars, and we're making a couple million a year. And in fact, with the advent of with what we see now as a clarity on achieving full self-driving, unsupervised full self-driving, I should say, I feel confident in expanding Tesla's production. So that is our intent, to expand as quickly as we can our future production. So I was reticent to do that until we had clarity on achieving unsupervised full self-driving. But at this point, I feel like we've got clarity, and it makes sense to expand production as fast as we reasonably can. We're also making huge making a huge impact on the energy sector with battery storage. So with both the Powerwall and especially with the Megapack, we are dramatically improving the ability to generate more energy from the grid. So let me sort of talk a little bit about that, which is, if you look at total U.S. energy capability, for example, there's roughly a terawatt of continuous power available in the U.S., but the average usage over a 24-hour cycle is only half a terawatt because of the big difference between day and night usage. If you buffer the energy with batteries, you can effectively double the energy output of the United States just with batteries, building no incremental power plants. And it's very difficult to build power plants. So they take a long time. There's a lot of permitting, and it's not an industry that's used to moving fast. So we see the potential there for Tesla battery packs to greatly improve the energy output per year for any given grid, US or otherwise. We're also on the cusp of something really tremendous with Optimus, which I think is likely to be, or has potential to be, the biggest product of all time. And it's a difficult project, and it's worth noting that it's not like it's just automatic. I'm unaware of any robot program by Ford or GM or any of our U.S. sort of car companies. People I think maybe think of Tesla as a car company. We mostly make cars and battery packs, but so it's not just like an obvious fall off a log thing to make Optimus, but we do have the ingredients of real world AI and exceptional electrical and mechanical engineering capabilities, and the ability to scale production, which I don't think anyone else has all of those ingredients. So yeah, with version 14 of the of self-driving, which you can see the reactions of people online. They're quite amazed. Actually, anyone in the US can get version 14 if they just go and select, I want the advanced software in their car. So if you're listening right now and you'd like to try it out, just go in settings and say, I want the advanced software, and you will get version 14. Yeah, so on the Megapack front, we we unveiled Megablock, Megapack 3. We also have exciting plans for Megapack 4. Megapack 4 will incorporate a lot of the a lot of what is normally in a substation and be able to output at probably 35 kilovolts directly. So this greatly improves our ability to deploy Megapack because it's not dependent on building a substation up through 35 kV for Megapack 4. So that'll be that's the engineering priority for Megapack. And we look forward to unveiling Optimus V3. Probably in Q1. I think it'll be ready for to show off, and that I think is going to be quite remarkable. It won't even seem like a robot. It'll seem like a person in a robot suit, which is kind of how we started off with Optimus. But it'll seem so real that you'll need to like poke it, I think, to believe that it's actually a robot. And obviously, like the real world intelligence we've developed for the car, most of that transfers to Optimus. So it's a very good starting point. In conclusion, we're excited about the updated mission of Tesla, which is sustainable abundance. So going beyond sustainable energy to say sustainable abundance is the mission, where we believe with Optimus and self-driving that you can actually create a world where there is no poverty, where everyone has access to the finest medical care. Optimus will be an incredible surgeon, for example. And imagine if everyone had access to an incredible surgeon. So I think there's, of course, we need to make sure Optimus is safe and everything, but I do think we're headed for a world of sustainable abundance, and I'm excited to work with the Tesla team to make that happen.
Great. Thank you very much, Elon. Vaibhav also has some opening remarks.
Thanks, Travis. Q3 was a special quarter at multiple levels. We set new records not just for deliveries and deployments, but also around a range of financial metrics from total revenues, energy gross profit, energy margins to free cash flow. This was the result of continued confidence of our customers in our products and the relentless efforts by the Tesla team. The strength in deliveries was attributed to strong performance across all regions. Greater China and APAC were up sequentially 33% and 29% respectively. North America was up 28%, while EMEA was up 25%. The pace in deliveries was the function of continued excitement around the new Model Y. We had previously talked about 2025 being the year of the Y, and have since delivered on that promise with the new Model Y released in Q1, followed by Model Y long wheelbase and performance, and more recently, Standard Y in North America and EMEA. We're now operating a robotaxi in 2 markets, Austin and most Bay Area cities. We've already expanded our coverage area in Austin 3 times since the initial launch and are on pace to continue expanding further. Unlike our competitors, our robotaxi fleet blends in the markets we operate in, since they don't have extra sensor sets or peripherals which make them stick out. This is an underappreciated aspect of our current vehicle offerings, which are all designed for autonomous driving. We feel that as people experience the supervised FSD at scale, the demand for our vehicles, like Elon said, would increase significantly. On the FSD adoption front, we've continued to see decent progress. However, note that total paid FSD customer base is still small, around 12% of our current fleet. We're working with regulators in places like China and EMEA to obtain approvals so that we can get FSD in those regions as well. Now, covering a little bit on the financial side, automotive revenues increased 29% sequentially, in line with the growth in deliveries. While regulatory credits declined sequentially, we entered into new contracts and continued delivery on previously entered contracts. Our automotive margins, excluding credits, increased marginally from 15% to 15.4%, which was attributed to improvements in material cost and better fixed cost absorption due to higher volumes. The energy storage business continued to deliver with record deployments, gross profit, and margins. As discussed before, this business has a bigger impact from tariffs as measured by percentage of COGS, since currently all cells procured are from China, while we're still working on other alternatives. However, as the ramp of Mega Factory Shanghai is happening, this is helping us avoid tariffs because we are using this factory to supply the non-US demand. Like Elon said, grid scale storage, the only way we can get to electricity fastest is by using storage. The other thing to keep in mind is we are seeing headwinds in this business given the increase in competition and tariffs. The total tariff impacts for Q3 for both businesses was in excess of $400 million, generally split evenly between them. Services and other demonstrated a marked improvement sequentially. This was a function of improvements primarily in our insurance and service center businesses. Note that while small, our robotaxi costs are included within services and other, along with our other businesses like paid supercharging, used car, parts and merchandise sales, etc. Our operating expenses increased sequentially. The largest increase included in restructuring and other related to certain actions undertaken to reduce cost and improve efficiency through convergence of our AI chip design efforts. Additionally, we incurred legal expenses related to proceedings in certain legal cases, as well as incremental costs incurred in preparation for our shareholder meeting. Such costs are recorded within SG&A. Further, our employee-related spend is increasing, especially in R&D, as we have recently granted various performance-based equity awards to employees working on AI initiatives, and therefore such spend will continue to increase going forward. On other income, our other income decreased sequentially, primarily from mark-to-market adjustments on BTC holdings, which was a much smaller gain of $80 million in Q3 versus $284 million in Q2, with the rest of the movement attributable to FX movements in the quarter. Our free cash flow for the quarter was approximately $4 billion, which was yet another record. Our total cash and investments at the end of the quarter were over $41 billion. On the CapEx front, while we are expecting to be around $9 billion for the current year, we're projecting the numbers to increase substantially in 2026 as we prepare the company for the next phase of growth in terms of not just our existing businesses, but our bets around AI initiatives, including Optimus. In conclusion, note that bringing AI into real world is hard, but we have never shied away from doing what is hard. We are extremely excited about the future and are laying down the foundation, the benefits of which will be realized over years to come. I would like to end by thanking the Tesla team, our customers, our investors, and supporters for the continued belief in us.
Thank you very much, Vaibhav. Now let's go to investor questions. From say.com, the first question is, what are the latest robotaxi metrics, fleet size, cumulative miles, rides completed, intervention rates, and when will safety drivers be removed? What are the obstacles still preventing unsupervised FSD from being deployed to customer vehicles?
I'll start off with that, and then Ashok can elaborate. But we are expecting to have no safety drivers in at least large parts of Austin by the end of this year. So within a few months, we expect to have no safety drivers at all, at least in parts of Austin. We're obviously being very cautious about the deployment. So our goal is to be actually paranoid about deployment, because obviously even one accident will be front page headline news worldwide. So, it's better for us to take a cautious approach here. But we do expect to have no safety drivers in the car in Austin within a few months. I think that's perhaps the most important data point. And then we do expect to be operating robotaxi in I think about 8 to 10 metro areas by the end of the year. It depends on various regulatory approvals, but you can actually, I think most of our regulatory applications are online. You can kind of see them because they're public information. But we expect to be operating in Nevada and Florida and Arizona by the end of the year. Ashok?
Yeah. We continue to operate our fleet in Austin without anyone in the driver's seat. And we have covered more than 250,000 miles with that. And then in the Bay Area, where we still have a person in the driver's seat because of the regulations, we crossed more than 1 million miles. And we continue to see that the fleet, robotaxi fleet, works really well. Customers are really happy, and there's no notable issues. On the customer side, customers have used FSD Supervise for a total of 6 billion miles as of yesterday. So that's like a big milestone. And overall, the safety continues to be very good. And as Elon mentioned, we are on track to remove the person from inside the car altogether, starting with Austin.
Great. The next question is, what is the demand and backlog for Megapack, Powerwall, solar, or energy storage systems? With the current AI boom, is Tesla planning to supply power to other hyperscalers?
Thanks. Demand for Megapack and Powerwall continues to be really strong into next year. We received very strong positive customer feedback on our Megablock product, which will begin shipping next year out of Houston. And we're seeing remarkable growth in the demand for AI and data center applications as hyperscalers and utilities have seen the versatility of the Megapack product to increase reliability and relieve grid constraints, as Elon was talking about. We've also seen a surge in residential solar demand in the US due to policy changes, which we expect to continue into the first half of 2026 as we introduced a new solar lease product. And we also began production of our Tesla residential solar panel in our Buffalo factory, and we will be shipping that to customers starting Q1. The panel has industry-leading aesthetics and shade performance and demonstrates our continued commitment to US manufacturing.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Unfortunately, the next question is related to future products. This is not the appropriate venue to cover that, so we're going to have to skip it. The question after that is, what are the present challenges in bringing Optimus to market, considering app control software, engineering hardware, training general mobility models, training task-specific models, training voice models, implementing manufacturing, and establishing supply chains?
Yeah, I mean, bringing Optimus to market is an incredibly difficult task. To be clear, it's not like some walk in the park. At some point, I mean, actually, technically, Optimus can walk in the park right now. And we do have Optimus robots that walk around our offices at our engineering headquarters in Palo Alto, California, basically 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So any visitors that come by, you actually you can stop one of the Optimus robots and ask it to take you somewhere, and it'll literally take you to that meeting room or that location in the building. So I don't want to downplay the difficulty of Optimus. It's an incredibly difficult thing. Especially, it's difficult to create a hand that is as dexterous and capable as the human hand, which is the human hand is an incredible thing. That the more you study the human hand, the more incredible you realize the human hand is, and why you need 4 fingers and a thumb. Why the fingers have certain degrees of freedom. Why the various muscles are of different strengths. The fingers are of different lengths, and it turns out actually that those are all there for a reason. And so making the hand and forearm, because most of the actuator, just like the human hand, the muscles that control your hand are actually primarily in your forearm. The Optimus hand and forearm is an incredibly difficult engineering challenge. I'd say it's more difficult than the rest of, from an electromechanical standpoint. The forearm and hand is more difficult than the entire rest of the robot. But really, in order to have a useful generalized robot, you do need this. You do need an incredible hand, and then you need the real world AI, and you need to be able to scale up that production to have it be relevant, because it's not relevant if it's just a few hundred robots. But so you need to be able to make Optimus robots at volumes comparable to vehicles, if not significantly higher. So if you're trying to make 1 million or something per year, trying to make 1 million Optimus robots per year, that manufacturing challenge is immense, considering that the supply chain doesn't exist. So with cars, you've got an existing supply chain. With computers, you've got an existing supply chain. With a humanoid robot, there is no supply chain. So in order to manufacture that, Tesla actually has to be very vertically integrated and manufacture very deep into the supply chain, manufacture the parts internally, because there just is no supply chain. So this is the kind of thing where I'm like, if I put myself in the position of a startup trying to make a humanoid robot, I'm like, I don't know how to do it without an immense amount of manufacturing technology. So that's why I think like Tesla's in some almost a unique, I think unique position when you consider manufacturing technology scaling, real world AI, and a truly dexterous hand. Those are generally the things that are missing when you read about other robots, that they just don't have those three things. So I think we can achieve all those things, those three things, with an immense amount of work, and that is the game plan. So my fundamental concern with regard to how much voting control I have in Tesla is, if I go ahead and build this enormous robot army, can I just be ousted at some point in the future? That's my biggest concern. That is really the only thing I'm trying to address with this. So it's called compensation, but it's not like I'm going to go spend the money. It's just, if we build this robot army, do I have at least a strong influence over that robot army? Not control, but a strong influence. That's what it comes down to in a nutshell. Like, I don't feel comfortable building that robot army if I don't have at least a strong influence.
Great, thank you. We've already covered robotaxi expansion. Unfortunately, the question after that is another future product question, so we're going to have to skip that. The next one, though, is, can you update us on the $16.5 billion Samsung chip deal in Taylor? Given the importance of semiconductors to autonomy in Tesla's AI-driven future, what gives you confidence Samsung can fulfill AI6 at Tesla's timelines and achieve relatively better yields and cost versus TSMC?
Okay, so I'm gonna give quite a long answer to this question because I have to unpack this question and then answer the unpacked version. So first of all, I have nothing but great things to say about Samsung. They're an amazing company, and Samsung, it is worth noting, does manufacture our AI4 computer and does a great job doing that. Now with the AI5, and here's I need to make a point of clarification relative to some comments I've made publicly before, which is we're actually going to focus both TSMC and Samsung initially on AI5. So the AI5 chip design by Tesla is, I think it's an amazing design. I have spent almost every weekend for the last last few months with the chip design team working on AI5. And I don't hand out praise easily, but I have to say that I think the Tesla chip team is really designing an incredible chip here. This is, by some metrics, the AI5 chip will be 40 times better than the AI4 chip. Not 40%, 40 times. Because we have a detailed understanding of the entire software and hardware stack. So we're designing the hardware to address all of the pain points in software. I don't think there really isn't anyone that's doing this, the entire stack, all the way through real world, calibrating against the real world where you've got cars and robots in real world. That, like, we know what the chip needs to do, and we know what, just as importantly, we know what the chip doesn't need to do. To sort of give you some examples here, with the AI5, we deleted the legacy GPU or the traditional GPU, which is it's in AI4, but AI5 does not have. We just deleted the legacy GPU because it basically is a GPU. We also deleted the image signal processor, and there's like a long list of deletions that are very important. As a result of these deletions, we can actually fit AI5 in a half reticle, and with good margin for the traces from the memory to the Tesla trip accelerators, the ARM CPU cores, and the PCI X the PCI blocks. So this is a beautiful chip. I've poured so much life energy into this chip personally, and I'm confident this is going to be a winner, next level. So it makes sense to have both Samsung and TSMC focus on AI5. And so even like technically the Samsung fab has slightly more advanced equipment than the TSMC fab. These will both be made in the U.S. In one TSMC in Arizona, Samsung in Texas, but it's we're going to make, starting off, just to be confident of having our goal, explicit goal, is to have an oversupply of AI5 chips. Because if we have too many AI5 chips for the cars and robots, we can always put them in the data center. So we already use AI4 for training in our data center. So we use a combination of AI4 and NVIDIA hardware. We're not about to replace NVIDIA, to be clear, but we do use both in combination, AI4 and NVIDIA hardware. And the AI5 excess production we can always put in our data centers. NVIDIA keeps improving. The challenge that they have is that they've got to satisfy a large range, a lot of requirements from a lot of customers. But Tesla only has to satisfy requirements from one customer. That's Tesla. That makes the design job radically easier, and means we can delete a lot of complexity from the chip. I can't emphasize how important this is. So like when you look at the various logic blocks in the chip, as you increase the number of logic blocks, you also increase the interconnections between the logic blocks. So you can think of it like just highways. Like, how many highways do you need to connect the various parts of the chip? And especially if you're not sure how much data is going to go between each logic block on the chip, then you kind of end up having giant highways going all over the place. It becomes an almost impossibly difficult design problem, and NVIDIA's done an amazing job of dealing with almost an impossibly difficult set of requirements. But but in our case, we're going for radical simplicity. And the net effect is that I think AI5 will be the best performance per watt, maybe by a factor of 2 or 3, and the best performance per dollar for AI, maybe by a factor of 10. So, that's, we'll have to, the proof's in the pudding. So obviously we need to actually get this chip made and made at scale. But that's what it looks like.
Great. Thank you, Elon. We've already covered unsupervised FSD. So the next question is, instead of trying to replace hardware 3 with hardware 4, why not give an equal incentive to trade in for a new vehicle?
Yeah, we've not completely given up on hardware 3. However, over the last year, we've offered the customers the option to transfer FSD to their new vehicle, which at times we've been running some promotions. If they got FSD, they can get better preferential rates. So we've been definitely taking care of this, but we do want to solve autonomy first, and then we'll come back with a way to take care of these customers. These customers are very important. They were the early adapters. For what it's worth, my daily commuter is a hardware 3 car, which I use FSD on a daily basis. So we will definitely take care of you guys.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, yes.
In addition, once the V14 release series is fully done, we are planning on working on a V14 Lite version for hardware 3, probably expected in Q2 next year.
Awesome. Thanks, Ashok. Alrighty.
It's got to be
our final question
unsupervised.
from Say is, how long until we see self-driving Tesla semi-trucks? And could you see this technology replacing trains?
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with that in terms of the semi production plan and schedule. So the factory is going on schedule. We've completed the building and are installing the equipment now. We've got our fleet of validation trucks driving on the road. We'll have larger builds towards the end of this year, and then our first online builds in the first part of next year, ramping into the Q2 timing with real volume coming in the back half of the year. So that's going quite well, and that's the first step to obviously getting autonomous trucks on the road. In terms of trains, they're really great for long point-to-point deliveries. They're super efficient, but that last mile, the load unload, can be better served for shorter distances with autonomous semis, and that would be great. And so we do expect that to probably shift as we, really, as Elon said, change the way transportation is considered. And so we're looking forward to that timeline. And Ashok, I know you can take the full self-driving part.
Currently, the team is super focused on solving for passenger vehicle autonomy. That said, the same technology will extend quite easily to the semi-truck once we have a little bit of data from the semi-trucks.
Great. And now we will move over to analyst questions. The first question comes from Emmanuel at Wolf. Emmanuel, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Great. Thanks so much. Hi, everybody. So, Elon, you talked about expanding production of vehicles as fast as possible now that you have confidence in the unsupervised autonomy. How should we think about that in the context of your existing capacity of 3 million units? Is that where you're hoping to get volume to? What sort of timeline are we talking about? And would this require, some level of boosting or incentivizing demand? Like, would this basically be prioritizing volume over near-term profitability, given the longer-term opportunity?
Well, our capacity isn't quite 3 million, but it will be 3 million at some point. Aspirationally, it could be 3 million within. We could probably hit an annualized rate of 3 million within 24 months, I think, maybe less than 24 months. Bearing in mind, there's an entire supply chain, a vast supply chain that's got to also move in tandem with that. So, but we're gonna expand production as fast as we can, and as fast as our suppliers can sort of keep up with it. And then we're going to think about where do we build incremental factories beyond that. Like the single biggest expansion in production will be the Cybercab, which starts production in Q2 next year. That's really a vehicle that's optimized for full autonomy. It, in fact, does not have a steering wheel or pedals, and is really an engineering optimization on minimizing cost per mile, for like fully considered cost per mile of operation. So that's, you know, for our other vehicles, they still have a little bit of the horseless carriage thing going on, where, you know, obviously if you've got steering wheels and pedals and you're designing a car that people might want to go, you know, fast acceleration and tight cornering, like high performance cars, then you're going to design a different car than one that is optimized for a comfortable ride, but doesn't expect to go, you know, past sort of 85 or 90 miles an hour. And it's just aiming for a gentle ride the whole time. That's what Cybercab is. Yeah, so it's. Do I think we'll sacrifice margins? I don't think so. I think the demand will be pretty nutty. Like here's the killer app. Really, what it comes down to is, can you text it? Can you text while you're in the car? And if you tell someone, yes, the car is now so good, you can be on your phone and text the entire time while you're in the car. It's anyone who can buy the car will buy the car. And a story. That's what everybody wants to do. In fact, not everyone wants to do it. They do that. And that's why, in fact, the reason you've seen like that there's been an uptick in accidents pretty much worldwide is because people are texting and driving. Autopilot actually dramatically improves the safety here, because if somebody's looking down at their phone, they're not driving very well. So that's really the game changer. You know, we do see, like, at this point, I feel, you know, essentially 100% confident. I say not essentially, 100% confident that we can solve unsupervised full self-driving at a safety level much greater than human. So we've released 14.1. We've got a technology roadmap that's, I think, pretty amazing. We'll be adding reasoning to the car. Our world simulator for reinforcement learning is pretty incredible. When you see it, the Tesla reality simulator, you can't tell the difference between the video that's generated by the Tesla reality simulator and the actual video. It looks exactly the same. So that allows us to have a very powerful reinforcement learning loop to further improve the Tesla AI. We're going to be increasing the parameter count by an order of magnitude. That's not in 14.1. There are also a number of other improvements to the AI, just that are quite radical. So it's this car will feel like it is a living creature. That's how good the AI will get with the AI4 computer. This is before AI5, and then AI5, like I said, is by some metrics 40 times better. Let's just say safely, it's a 10x improvement. So it might almost be too much intelligence for a car. I do wonder, like, how much intelligence should you have in a car? It might get bored. Actually. And then one of the things I thought, like, well, if we got all these cars that maybe are bored, well, while they're sort of, if they are bored, we could actually have a giant distributed inference fleet, and say, like, well, if they're not actively driving, let's just have a giant distributed inference fleet. You know, at some point, if you've got like tens of millions of cars in the fleet, or maybe at some point 100 million cars in the fleet, let's say they had at that point, you know, like, I don't know, a kilowatt of inference capability of, you know, high performance inference capability. That's 100 gigawatts of inference. distributed with power and cooling taken with cooling and power conversion taken care of. So that seems like a pretty significant asset.
Great. Thanks, Elon. The next question comes from Adam from Morgan Stanley. Adam, please feel free to unmute yourself. Adam, go ahead and ask your question. Seems like we might be having some audio issues with Adam, so we'll come back to you. The next question will then come from Dan from Barclays.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking the question. Elon, I know that Tesla's really focused on, with Master Plan 4, bringing AI into the physical world. And I think we've seen over the past, this willingness for Tesla to engage and go into new markets, new TAMs. So when you think about the growth prospects, how do we define the areas that are really within Tesla's core competency versus where do you draw the line for markets or AI applications that are outside of Tesla's core competency?
Actually, I'm not sure what you mean by AI applications outside of Tesla's core competency. But I mean, we didn't have any of these core competencies when we started, So it's like we had 0 core competencies, total competency of 0, actually. So I mean, you can think of Tesla as like, I don't know, a dozen startups in one company. And I've initiated every one of those startups. So it's we didn't used to make battery packs, so stationary battery packs, but now we do. We make them for the home, make them for utility scale with Powerwall Megapack. We created the supercharger network globally. No one else has created a global supercharger network. In fact, that North American supercharger network is so good that basically every other manufacturer in North America has converted to our standard. And uses the Tesla supercharger network. But if it was so easy, why don't they just do it? The chip design team started that from scratch. The Tesla AI software team was started from scratch. I literally just say, hey, we're going to start this thing. I post it on Twitter, now X, and then join us if you'd like to build it. In fact, Ashok was, I believe, the first person I interviewed for the Tesla Autopilot team, which we now call the Tesla AI software team, because it is the AI software team. So it's core competencies created while you wait. Optimus at scale is the infinite money glitch. It's like it's difficult to express the magnitude of, like, if you've got something if Optimus, I think, could probably achieve 5x the productivity of a person per year because it can operate 24/7. It doesn't even need to charge; it can operate it tethered, so it's plugged in the whole time. That's why I call it like a future of sustainable abundance, where working will be optional. There's a limit to how much AI can do in terms of enhancing the productivity of humans, but there is not really a limit to AI that is embodied. That's why I call it the infinite money glitch.
I mean, one thing which I'll further add is, I mean, people forget, like, our first iteration of Autopilot was 10 years back. So, Elon had started this way back in the day.
We got the tweets to prove it.
Exactly. And then even on the Optimus side, right, as much as people think, okay, this is a new thing, I still remember, was it 4+ years back, we were in a finance meeting with Elon, and Elon said, hey, our car is a robot on wheels. And that's where we started developing. In fact, most of the engineering team, which is working on Optimus, has come from the vehicle side. And that's why, when we talk about manufacturing prowess, we have the wherewithal because the same engineers who worked back in the day on drive units are working on actuators now. So that's where we can do, if there is any company which can do it at scale, that is going to be us.
But we also have actually added a lot of new engineers as well to the team. So there's actually a lot of the credit for the Optimus engineering is actually also new engineers, many of them that are just out of college, actually.
Yeah.
So the Optimus engineering team is a very talented engineering team. I'd say like, wow, actually. So, the Optimus reviews at this point are there's the engineering review, and then there's the manufacturing review being done simultaneously with an iterative loop between engineering design and manufacturing. Because then we see we design something and we say like, oh man, that's really difficult to make. We need to change that design to make it easier to manufacture. So we made radical improvements to the design of Optimus while increasing the functionality, but making it actually possible to manufacture. Like I'd say Optimus 2 is almost impossible to manufacture, frankly. But to Vaibhav's point, we've gone from a person in a robot outfit to what people have seen with Optimus 2.5, where it's doing kung fu. It was like Optimus was at the Tron premiere doing kung fu, just out in the open, like with Jared Leto. Like there wasn't nobody was controlling it. It was just doing kung fu with Jared Leto, at the Tron premiere. You can see the videos online. Actually, the funny thing is, like, a lot of people walked past it thinking it was just a person. Even though with Optimus 2.5, you can see that it has a waist that's 3 inches wide, which is obviously not a human. But the movements were so human-like that a lot of people didn't realize they were looking at a robot. So, and what I'm saying is, like, Optimus 3 will be a giant improvement on that, and made it scale. But like I said, a very difficult thing. The Optimus sort of engineering and manufacturing reviews, and there's the Friday night meeting with Optimus, which sometimes goes till midnight, and then my Saturday meeting is the Saturday afternoons with the AI 5 chip design team. So those two things are crucial to the future of the company.
Great. And Dan, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just as a related, maybe you could just talk about to what extent are the AI efforts at Tesla and xAI complementary, or are they just different forms of AI? Maybe you could just help distinguish for the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, there are different forms of AI. So the xAI, so Grok is like a giant model that you could not possibly squeeze Grok onto a car. That's for sure. It is a giant beast of a model. It's with Grok, it's trying to solve for artificial general intelligence with a massive amount of AI training compute and inference compute. So, for example, for Grok 5 will actually only run effectively on a GB300. That's how much of a beast that Grok 5 is. Whereas Tesla's, models are, I don't know, maybe about less than 10% the size, maybe closer to 5% the size of Grok. So yeah, they're really coming at the problem from very different angles. xAI and Grok are they're competing with Google Gemini and OpenAI ChatGPT and that kind of thing. And some of it's complementary. I mean, for example, for Grok Voice, being able to interact with Grok in the car is cool. Grok for Optimus voice recognition and voice generation is Grok, so that's helpful there. But they are coming at it from kind of opposite ends of the spectrum.
Alrighty. Adam, let's give it another try. When you're ready, please unmute yourself for the next question. Alrighty, unfortunately, still having audio issues. So we're going to move on to Walt from Lightshed. Walt, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Just getting back to Austin, if you can remove the safety driver at your end, is the limitation in the Bay Area just regulatory, or is it kind of the market by market learning process? And I guess similarly in the 8 to 10 markets that you mentioned to get added, is the decision there to put a safety attendant in the passenger seat or the safety driver in? Is that like your step-by-step process to opening up a market, or is it really just the regulation in the individual market?
Well, I think even if the regulators weren't making us do it, we'd still do that as the sort of right sort of cautious approach to a new market. So just to make sure that we're being paranoid about safety, I think it makes sense to have a sort of either safety driver or safety occupant in the car when we first go to new markets to confirm that there's not something we're missing. Because all it takes is like 1 in 10,000 trips to go wrong, and you've got an issue. So it's just to make sure, like, is there some peculiarity about a city, like a very difficult intersection, or I don't know, something that's an unexpected challenge in a city for that 1 in 10,000 situation. I think we probably could just let it loose in these cities, but we don't want to take a chance. And like, what we're talking about here is maybe 3 months of safety driver in a new metro to confirm that it's good, and then we take the safety driver out, that kind of thing.
Okay, and then on FSD 14, it has a different feel than 13, and it's also, I think, a little different than what it feels like in Austin. Is it basically different development path that you're doing in terms of the robotaxi stuff versus what you're dropping to the early adopters? And when you push these new builds, is it that you're looking for notable improvements in intervention rates, or is that largely solved and it's more about adding the functionality like the parking, the drive modes, or just the overall comfort?
No, the first priority when we release a major new software architecture for Autopilot is safety. So it starts off with safety, obviously safety prioritized, and then we solve comfort thereafter, which is why I don't recommend people take the initial version. Like that's why I say, like, most people should wait until 14.2 before they actually download version 14, because by 14.2 we'll have addressed many of the comfort issues. The priority is very much safety first, and then thereafter the comfort issues. That's why most people, I'm like, it'll be a little, like, it'll be safe but jerky. We just need time to kind of smooth the rough edges and solve for comfort in addition to safety with a major news Autopilot architecture change. But it really is. I mean, I know what the roadmap is for the Tesla real world AI, and at a very granular detail. Obviously, Ashok is leading that. And I mean, I spent a lot of time with the team going, in like excruciating detail here on what we're doing to improve the real world AI. Like I said, this car is going to feel like it is a living creature, and that's with AI 4 before even AI 5.
Yeah, the roadmap is super exhilarating. Like it's like so like waiting so much like release all the stuff we are working on in terms of like what we ship to customers versus robotaxi. It's mostly the same. Obviously, customers have some more features like they can choose the car wants to park in a spot or driveway or something like that, which is not super relevant for robotaxi. But there's only like a few minor changes like those ones. But the majority of the algorithms and the architecture, everything is the same between those two platforms.
Yeah, but and as I mentioned earlier, like we'll be adding reasoning to I don't know, Ashok, is that like reasoning in like 14.3, maybe 14.4, something like that?
Yeah,
Um,
3 or 4 by end of this year for sure.
yeah. So with reasoning, it's literally going to think about which parking spot to pick at the so it's going to say this is the entrance, but actually probably there's not a parking spot right at the entrance if it's a full, if the parking lot is fairly full, the probability of an open parking spot right at the entrance is very low. But actually, what it'll simply do is drop you off at the entrance of the store and then go find a parking spot. But it's going to get very smart about figuring out a parking spot. It's going to it's going to spot empty spots much better than a human. It's got 360-degree vision, and it's going to, like I said, just it's going to use reasoning to solve things.
And fitting that all inside the computer that has AI4 is the actual challenge. And that's what the team is working on. Because obviously you can do reasoning on the server that takes forever, but then in car you need to make real-time decisions. So fitting all that into the computer that's in the car, that's the challenge.
Yeah, that's why I say I have a pretty good understanding of like AI, the sort of the giant model level with Grok and with Tesla, and like I'm confident in saying that Tesla has the Tesla AI has the highest intelligence density. When you look at the intelligence per gigabyte, I think like Tesla AI is probably an order of magnitude better than anyone else. And it doesn't have any choice because that AI has got to fit in the AI4 computer. But the discipline of having that level of AI intelligence density will pay great dividends when you go to something that has an order of magnitude more capability like AI5. Now you have that same intelligence density, but you've got 10 times more capability in the computer.
Great. The next question will come from Colin at Oppenheimer. Colin, please unmute yourself when you're ready. Colin, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate you bringing up the challenges of hand dexterity in humanoids, along with the complexity of the supply chain and the vertical integration you guys are pursuing. I'm just trying to harmonize the timeline for the start of production, next year with the current state of the supply chain and what sounds like a fair amount of work remaining on the dexterity before you can really freeze the hardware design and start to scale up production.
Well, the hardware design will not actually be frozen even through startup production. There'll be continued iteration because a bunch of the things that you discover are very difficult to make. You only find that pretty late in the game. So we'll be doing rolling changes for the Optimus design even after startup production. But I do think that the new hand is an incredible piece of engineering. And that's well, like I said, we'll have a production intent prototype ready to show off in Q1, probably February or March, and then we're going to be building a million unit Optimus production line. Hopefully with a production start towards the end of next year. But that production ramp will take a while to get to an annualized rate of 1 million because it's going to move as fast as the slowest, dumbest, least lucky thing out of 10,000 unique items. But it will get to 1 million units, and then ultimately, we'll do Optimus 4. That'll be 10 million units. Optimus 5 maybe 50 to 100 million units. I mean, it's really pretty nutty.
Alrighty. That is unfortunately all the time we have for Q&A today. Before we conclude, though, Vaibhav has some closing remarks.
Thanks, Travis. I want to take the time to talk about an extremely important vote, which is being held on November 6th. The meeting will shape the future of Tesla, and we are asking you as our shareholders to support Elon's leadership through the two compensation proposals and the re-election of Ira, Kathleen, and Joe to the board. Note that it is a team sport, and here at Tesla, the board is an integral part of the winning team. Shareholders are at the center of everything we do at Tesla, and our special committee has laid out a compensation package. Like Elon said, we don't even want to call it a compensation package.
Yeah, it's not. The point is, I just like there needs to be enough voting control to give a strong influence, but not so much that I can't be fired if I go insane. But and I think that sort of number is in the mid-20s approximately. As a company that has already gone public, we've investigated every possible way to how do you achieve increased voting control without is there some way to have like a super voting stock? But there really isn't. There is no way to have a super voting stock after you've gone public. But for example, Google, Meta, many other companies have this, but they had it before they went public, and so it sort of gets, I guess, grandfathered in. Tesla does not have that, so it's just like I said, I just don't feel comfortable building a robot army here and then being ousted because of some asinine recommendations from ISS and Glass Lewis who have no friggin' clue. I mean, those guys are corporate terrorists. And the problem, so let me explain the core problem here is that so many of the index funds, the passive funds, vote along the lines of whatever Glass Lewis and ISS recommend. Now, they've made many terrible recommendations in the past that, if those recommendations had been followed, would have been extremely destructive to the future of the company. But if you've got passive funds that essentially defer responsibility for the vote to Glass Lewis and ISS, then you can have extremely disastrous consequences for a publicly traded company if too much of the publicly traded company is controlled by index funds. It's de facto controlled by Glass Lewis and ISS. This is a fundamental problem for corporate governance because they're not voting along the lines that are actually good for shareholders. That's the big issue. I mean, that's what it comes down to. ISS, Glass Lewis, corporate terrorism.
Yeah, and I would say, the special committee did an amazing job in constructing this plan for the benefit of the shareholders. There's nothing which gets passed on till the time shareholders make substantial returns. So that's why, in the end, I would urge you to not only vote on the plan, but also vote on all the three directors because of their exceptional knowledge and experience. And literally, we at Tesla work with these directors day in, day out. I mean, there is not even a single day that one of the directors I haven't spoken to or one of my colleague hasn't spoken to. And even the directors out here are not just reading out of PowerPoint presentations. They're actually working with us day in, day out. So again, I just urge you guys as shareholders to vote along the board's recommendation. Thank you, guys.
Great. Thank you, Vaibhav. We appreciate everyone's questions today. We look forward to talking to you next quarter. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Okie dokie. And that is the earnings call. Okay. Well, it definitely got spicier in the last 20, 30 minutes. So that's fun. Some great analyst questions there towards the end as well, which was very refreshing to see.
Colin
some of my
remains
notes,
the GOAT.
Yep. My biggest takeaways that I took from this call is it seems like it's extremely obvious that Tesla's very confident that they've solved self-driving unsupervised, and that AI5 is going to make it just an absolute and total no-brainer. And you don't need more than AI5 to solve for a self-driving car that is fully autonomous. That's the guidance I'm hearing from Tesla, is that by the latest, by the time AI5 is out in the cars, we have this solved. You don't even have to worry about it. So that's what I heard. There was some stuff around the AI5 chip that was super nerdy. I'm curious to get Hans's insight into that, if you know what the frick they were talking about there. So that would be helpful. Then no safety drivers in Austin or riders in Austin by the end of the year in a significant part of Austin. I'm guessing it's either the entire geofence or most of the geofence. All of the geofence is part of Austin. It's not all of Austin. So I'm guessing if what he means is the geofence will not have a driver or safety rider in it, or maybe they'll have it in 1 or 2 cars just in case. But that's being yanked by the end of the year. And there'll also be in 8 to 10 metro areas by the end of the year. Additional ones are going to be Nevada, Florida, and Arizona are ones that he mentioned by name. And I'm guessing the metro areas will probably be DFW. They'll add here in Texas. They'll probably add LA in California. That's 4. Then maybe Orlando, Miami, and Florida. That's 6. Arizona, maybe Phoenix, and I don't know, maybe one other metro. And then what was the other one that I mentioned? Nevada. So Vegas. So that's 9, or let's call it 9, 8 to 9. AI5 is going to get a lot of stuff removed. I'll let Hans hit that once we get there. 3 million cars within 24 months. So it looks like we got some insight into what their vehicle deliveries are going to be. So for the next few quarters. So next year, we're probably not going to go above 2.2, if I were to guess. The following year will be closer to 2.5 to 2.6, and then into the next year will be near 3 if their demand levers work the way that they think it's going to work. Cybercab is going to start production in Q2 of 2026, and then there was one other thing here. The reasoning thing with version 14.3 was pretty sick. So that sounds like Banish, right? So hey, I can't find a parking spot, so I'm going to drop you off at the grocery store, and then I'm going to go find a parking spot. Pretty sick. Optimus bot production hopefully starts by the end of 2026. So I'm going to guess mid 2027 to late 2027. So 10,000 bots probably doesn't happen until 2028 at the earliest, is what I'm hearing from that. I could be wrong, but I just have to think through that. V14 Lite for Hardware 3 vehicles. Nick, just send me the Venmo. We're good.
Yeah, we'll see.
And no, it's pretty obvious. And
yeah, I agree.
Those are my biggest ones. What else did you guys hear on there that I didn't hit on? Did you guys want to?
Yeah, I heard we haven't quite given up on FSD for Hardware 3. That's what I heard.
Okay.
You must have missed that part.
What else did you? What else did you guys hear?
I definitely heard that. Yeah. The AI5 comments were obviously super interesting. Elon came prepared to drop a novel on that question. It is definitely new news to me that TSMC and Samsung are both going to produce AI5. So that was a big one. Before we were under the impression that it was just going to be TSMC. So maybe that's some new developments in the background that they said, hey, Samsung, now that we're pushing production back until late next year, can you get in on this too? And also start manufacturing. 40 times better improvement over AI4 is kind of nutty. And they said it's going to be produced on a half reticle. Like it's a smaller chip that uses less power is basically what he said there. So it's like 40 times more powerful. I think at one point they had hinted that AI5 could draw up to 1500 watts, and like AI or Hardware 3 cars are a couple of 100 watts. So like that was going to be a big, and I think Hardware 4 is up to 400 or 500, somewhere in that range. And so I was doing a little bit of Perplexity searching, and it said that a half reticle on 3 nanometer, which is just the size of the transistors that they would be using in that chip, should draw also like 300 to 500 watts. So we're not talking about significant power draw increase in AI5 over AI4. which is crazy. If you to do 40 times performance improvements in roughly in the same power envelope, that is quite like that's a phenomenal increase in performance. And they're like a lot of that probably came from all the things that they're removing, that they're basically just saying, hey, we're going to have a CPU and then a bunch of dedicated neural, going to get rid of anything else that doesn't actually accomplish inference on this computer. And we're just going to go hardcore delete, and maximize. Like, we know exactly what the workload is going to look like. And so we're just going to design only transistors that are doing the most part of the workload all the time. Crazy. So yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts on that was, Nick.
Yeah, just to add to that. So he mentioned delete. I just take it with a grain of salt because we know that they have talked a lot about their chips, their architecture. They talk a lot about deleting, and some of the stuff. It's like, I think a lot of the things are very no-brainers, right? Like NVIDIA, to Elon's point, has to accommodate a whole host of use cases, but Tesla doesn't need any kind of rendering graphics. They don't need rasterizers. They don't need texture units. They don't need shaders. They don't need any of that, right? They can literally just go straight to multiplication and tensor operations. That's kind of what Hans was alluding to. NVIDIA GPUs need to account for, a broad spectrum of precision supports. That's where you hear, talk about like different floating points, like 64, 16, 18, whatever. And it sounds like, I think they've defaulted onto like in 16 or 8, but that's another thing they can remove. So they've talked about this a lot. And he even talked about, kind of like the pathways of where, the communication happens, right? If you can narrow all that, make it more streamlined. But these are the same things. I'm not trying to poo-poo on it, but they've talked a lot about this as well prior with Dojo. And it'll be interesting to see this actually come to market. I imagine what's happened is they've learned a lot from what they've done. They've kind of iterated, aggregated down to this idea of AI5 that can, an inference chip that can be leveraged in the data center and in the vehicles, which is a pretty big deal because it does what NVIDIA does, which is this generalized GPU that can be used for all sorts of use cases. But for Tesla's use cases, training, inference in the data center or in the vehicle, right? So it's like these two very idiosyncratic use cases. So it'll be interesting to see when this comes to fruition. It's exciting what he said, but I feel like we've gone down this road before. I've been on calls with James Dalmo where we talk about all this with Dojo, and it's really exciting. It's like, okay, the idea is amazing, but let's see what comes to fruition. But in theory, a lot of the stuff he's talked about is very similar to what he's talked about before, and it makes a lot of sense. But I think the manufacturing's a little different. But if he's spending every weekend for, what do you say, 3-4 months working on this, I imagine it's something that's going to actually work.
Yeah, it is a lot more feasible for inference than for training. That's where people who are competing against NVIDIA are seeing success. And AI5 is not going to be that convergence architecture. So I know, like, you're right, Nick, that they are heading towards, chips that can be used in the car and the data center, but that was supposed to be the AI6 chips that has been spoken about specifically. So a little bit past, the AI5 things. And then the other thing that I heard that kind of builds on this was, he mentioned that specific reality simulator that, you can't hardly tell the difference between the real world and the video when we do our Tesla reality simulator. And that's going to be awesome for training cars. It's also going to be 100% necessary and awesome for training Optimus robots. So that was a big one, just like actually having confirmation, which, reading the tea leaves, it was obvious that that's what they were going to do, because that's what you need in order to do reinforcement learning at high scale. And that's all that Elon has been talking about recently when it comes to AI, both for XAI and for Tesla. So, and that really is a big deal. Like, once you get that environment down, you get so much power to apply reinforcement learning, to do crazy training on, just get crazy performance out of AI hardware. So the more progress they make on that, the better. And then you need that plus the AI6 computers that will be put into data centers eventually will be running the little people that are going around inside the simulator that are then being trained. And that's why that will work for training, is because you'll have one of those AI6 computers dedicated for every one of the millions of robot morons that are trying to get a little bit smarter every day inside of the virtual, Tesla Dojo training environment where they're getting. And when I say dojo, I mean in the sense of an actual like karate dojo where they're learning how to actually do all kinds of things, kung fu included.
Matt, what was your thought of the call?
That you were wrong. You said that it would be a top 3 earnings call ever from Elon. It was not.
I thought it was pretty decent.
It was pretty decent. But
It wasn't top 3. It was
not
top
50.
50. Top 50%.
I thought you were gonna say top 50, like top 50 calls, like
yeah.
Of all the calls in the
all
last
the calls,
10 years.
it was one of them.
It was
Yeah.
one of them.
Yes. There hasn't even been 50.
The three of you touched on a lot of the things that came up to me. The one thing that I hadn't heard you speak about yet, which I was kind of like, what was when he's like, well, your car might get bored, and so it's gonna like want to do something. I was like, wait, is he like worried that the vehicles are going to achieve sentience with all the capabilities that they're going to have, and they'll need some other task to like keep them interested? And I know from a business standpoint, he's really talking about, just making use of distributed compute. And I think that makes a lot of sense. It's something he's spoken about before, but I just thought that verbiage was very interesting. And I kind of wish somebody would be like, well, what do you mean bored? Because I just thought that was very curious.
A lot of personification.
I completely missed your question. I was texting David on the back end. Can you ask her one more time?
Why are you so ridiculous?
That's self-explanatory. Sorry.
But
Matt.
it was just that, Elon was saying, after your car drops you off, it might get bored if it's just like parking there. So it might need something to do. And I just thought that was a very curious choice of language that, rather than like, hey, we're going to take advantage of this, compute that's would otherwise be idle and we'll use that to monetize. He didn't frame it that way as like a business opportunity. He's like, oh, your robot on wheels might get bored, and so we'll give it something to do. I just thought that was a weird way to put it. And I was kind of wondering if there was anything he was seeing that made him phrase it that way rather than the way he's discussed it in the past.
No, I think it's just like, he's talked about the car being sentient, it's like it's exhibiting human behavior. So I think he's just like, again, he's just, attaching human qualities to a robot. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just touch on that real quick? As far as I had a little back and forth on X a couple days ago about this very topic about distributed compute. And ironically, right as Elon's talking about that, my friend at NVIDIA is sitting here texting me about it. And I think people need to be a little grounded. You're not going to see any enterprise applications running on distributed compute like that. Nobody's going to have compute and data so far apart. No one's going to deal with that lack of continuity. No one's going to deal with the lack of latency or inconsistency. You're just not. At the end of the day, it's very basic physics. The closer the data is to bus speeds, in other words, compute and data as close together, that is what you want, especially for anything in production, anything that's enterprise class, anything that's client facing. That's non-negotiable. And the truth is, as compute gets better, as storage gets faster, it's going to be even more imperative. Now, where does distributed compute have a place? Much in the way of, if you go to AWS, if you go to Azure, if you go to GCP, they have what's called spot instances, which means, hey, what are these different amounts of compute I can rent on the spot market? I don't care what time it is. All I need is this chunk. It can be at 2 a.m. in the morning. It can be at 7 p.m. at night. I don't care. I just want something that I can bundle and get real quick to do this training job or something on the back end. That is where the distributed compute can become useful to do something interesting. but it will never, ever, ever replace, or at least based on what I can see and what I know that enterprises need for reliability, consistency to deliver a good product to their end users. You're not going to see that in this type of distributed compute environment. So I just want to like ground that a little bit. Now, if you're talking about Tesla renting out excess training compute that they have in Cortex or that XAI has, that's a different story, because then once again, we got data and compute as close together, right? You are limited based on networking or bus speeds, and that's everything. So just when we see this, I see a lot of hype about this, but I just want to kind of ground everybody on the reality. We want data and compute as close together as possible to get what we want.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I was at a conference about a month ago where OpenAI was talking about their God, I'm blanking on the name of that huge campus they're building, but they were Stargate. Thank you. Yeah, but they were talking about like the design considerations, and one of the biggest design considerations they were talking about was like, what is the maximum distance between this rack over here and then the rack at the way other end of the facility, because that is like a serious constraint on how quickly you can do these training runs. So you're completely right. And I think there will be, interesting use cases for distributed compute. And of course, it's something that Tesla should do. But I don't think it's going to be this thing that's like, oh, like it'll make more money than FSD or like some comparable amount. If it's 10% of the value that it could be generating with FSD, I think that'd be a huge win. And I think it'll be a lot less than that.
Yeah. It's not
all
the
just
next
going to
AWS.
be, it's just going to be Dogecoin mining. Like, let's be real.
Okay.
I was really excited. Seriously, that last analyst, I think, saved the call, to be honest. He asked a couple questions that you could tell got Elon somewhat excited to just speak and open up, and gave actual data. He actually told us that in any new market, they'll probably start off with safety drivers for about 3 months and then pull them. We learned about 8 to 10 new geos. I'm excited. Florida was one of those. So that's exciting. For FSD, you talked about the reasoning ability of it. So I think that alone, those little tokens. Oh, and Cybercab starts production Q2. Like, we actually got a few hard. And it's so funny because obviously they're willing to talk about these things. And if they would just lead with these things on their earning calls, oh my goodness, like their earnings calls would be perceived so much better. You're already willing to talk about these things, so just give us these things. It's not like you're gating it, but it's like you have to ask the right question the right way at the right time, and boom, we get something.
Well, I think they're also trying to be like cognizant of the audience they're speaking to. They know that if they start off with like the super techie stuff right away, I just don't think that they're, like the people that are not in the weeds like we are. I don't think they're going to be as happy about it. But I think that the way he answered those questions speaks more to the fact that he's probably very close to it right now, more than anything, which is why he enjoyed answering those questions, which means that they are in the middle of solving for these things actively.
So I disagree with you on that. I think the audience wants those questions, and that's why the audience keeps asking those questions, is because they want those answers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking those questions. So just give us the freaking answers to those questions. Lead off with that.
If that was the case, why isn't it the top voted thing on Say?
Because that's all about who gets there first to ask the question, and then how many people view it, how many people vote. I mean, if analysts are asking these questions, like, come on, like clearly that's what, and at the end of the day, who cares what top voted question is? What's Wall Street care about? What are they asking? So in my opinion, this is what people care about. And that's why the analysts are asking the better questions than was voted on Say. Now that I'm done reprimanding you, let me give you some flowers. That's where you were wrong. But Elon said that before he wasn't confident about going full bore on volume. And now he is.
Yeah.
That to me was almost a smoked signal to what we were talking about prior about the Cybercab line and the new, another vehicle being built on that. Because clearly the 3Y S and X lines don't have more capability or capacity. So what else you got going on?
Right.
Oh, there's this new line for Cybercabs coming on, and
Exactly.
they're not going to be going. You can go full bore with Cybercabs, but how many are you actually going to be able to make where they're allowed to go driverless without steering wheels? So there's something there. I don't know how to properly phrase it or anything. I'm sure you and David will figure out a way to, come up with a good way to say this, but there's something there that's worth extracting and pulling on that thread.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think it speaks for itself because most people are just assuming that Tesla's going to fill the 1 million car gap with Cybercab, but again, it is basically impossible that the regulation is going to be there for them to be able to do that by the end of 27. Basically.
Yeah, let me just try to say this a different way. The reason I thought that is because Elon said he wasn't confident about going full out until recently with FSD. And now he feels confident on doing that. And to me, it almost felt like he was talking about the 2 vehicles on the Cybercab line. I don't know. It felt like he was really talking about that without saying it.
It definitely sounded like that. I mean, I heard that as the resolution to this ongoing, Lars and Franz are shown in the Walter Isaacson biography having this fight with Elon, where Elon just keeps overriding them. Like, no, we're not going to make this car with steering wheel and pedals. And they're like, but make it with steering wheel and pedals. And he's like, no, yes, no, yes, no. And like, I don't think that fight ever stopped. I think that fight continued on. And this is Elon saying, okay, like I said, no, you don't get to make any more cars until you can make it without a steering wheel and a pedals. And now, okay, we can make them without steering wheel and pedals. Okay, now we can make more cars.
Interesting. I mean, the way I heard it is he thinks unsupervised FSD is going to be a giant demand lever, and it's going to be an easy thing for them to sell. So it's going to have this ChatGPT moment, which is going to force them to build more cars, and they want to maximize every line they have to build those cars. But given that the 3 and the Y are full, the only place to do it is at the new line they're building for Cybercab. That's the way I heard that.
I think it's Elon's let the problem live version is like you don't get to bring up any new car production lines until the car doesn't actually have to have steering wheel and pedals.
Yeah. Well, regardless, it's pretty obvious that they're going to use that line for more cars. I think that's the takeaway here is that if they are verbally saying that they're going to reach a 3 million unit run rate within 24 months, you don't get there again unless short of regulation just transforming right in front of your eyes in the next 24 months. It's going to be extremely difficult to meet that level of supply from a demand perspective with just Cybercab without a steering wheel and pedal. Like think about it. The end of 2026, they're probably going to be at, aspirationally, they're going to be at what, 10,000 to 100,000 Cybercabs per year, something like that. So you're telling me by the end of 2026, you're going to have enough demand to fulfill 10 to 100,000 Cybercabs?
Maybe they'll just dump them all here, and they will, from a regulatory standpoint, they would be able to deploy those all here in Texas, and they can just have No,
they wouldn't. They're limited to 2,500 per year federally.
You can apply for a waiver.
You can apply for a waiver if you want, but there's a federal regulation that says you can't have more than 2,500 cars built per year that don't have steering wheels and pedals.
I mean, I think they solved that problem. To me, it
with
seems
him getting into a fight with Duffy, really?
Yeah, he's gonna. I think he thinks that he's got a little more pull in this than Duffy. And,
Okay.
and, I think there's been a fair amount of infighting between some of the different people in Trump's orbit, and it's gone reasonably okay. I think that's a somewhat healthy thing when you got people kind of cajoling. And so I don't know. I just don't think this is going to be like this vindictive thing where they're like, no, F Tesla because Elon says a mean thing to me.
For sure.
I just I think they're going to try to do what's right, and I think that 2,500 vehicle limit is not going to be a hard limit. I mean, if this actually works and it's demonstrably safer, and they're like, hey, we could do 1 million units per year as long as we just got rid of this one ridiculous, like, bit of regulation, I think they're going to find a way to get rid of that.
So, okay. So regardless if they do it with a steering wheel or not, I'm still very hardcore in the camp that they're going to reach 3 million units per year within 24 months. However, the configuration is, and every single one of those units is going to be able to drive itself unsupervised.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing, right? So what is the value? What is the long-term value of each one of those cars? What's the margin potential of each one of those cars? And how does that correlate to the current market cap of the company? 3 million cars per year with unsupervised self-driving means what?
Money.
Yes. Thank you. Genius.
Infinite money glitch. The other thing that we didn't talk about.
Yeah. And then the other side of that, it also implies, again, like we talked, the bot. I mean, this is what's great about this call, is that now we can actually start to sort of loosely model these things. I think we're finally getting some guidance where we can sit down and model. It's been kind of hazy. It's like we don't really know what Cybercab's going to look like. We don't really know what bot's going to look like. But now we're starting to get more and more breadcrumbs with the ability to sit down and actually model these things. Bot 10,000 units by the end of 2028, maybe. Cybercab or Cybercab-like vehicles running that line, again, all unsupervised. 3 million by the end of 27. And then with the ability to expand to new factories thereafter. So, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you could even look at 2027 and say, if we start the production ramp in the end of 2026 for Cybercab, maybe you're able to deliver, 500 to 750,000 Cybercabs just in 27 and then increasing from there. That's a pretty large number.
Significant. Yeah. Driverless or not, or with a steering wheel pedal or not, right? Yeah. I think the question becomes like, is a car without a steering wheel and pedal meaningfully more valuable than one with a steering wheel and pedal? Have you guys thought about that at all?
It doesn't make it. I mean, if this thing is robotaxi capable, then it doesn't matter whether it has a steering wheel or a pedal. It's probably better that it doesn't for obvious reasons. But I mean, the income stream is going to be the same. And so you can do some very just rough, basic modeling on that and, look at what's the margin potential. And, if it's say $15,000 a vehicle, which I think is probably too low, but just to be conservative, you could just run that out. And so, then you're at, what is that, 45 billion in cash flow annually at a 3 million unit run rate. Probably higher than that, I would think. But that's I think that's the kind of table stakes that they're talking about.
45 billion at 100% margin.
No, I just assumed 15,000 of margin, and I think there's different ways that this could be structured. So, like if you like sell it to somebody and maybe they're paying for FSD at a price of, let's say, $10,000, and then there's an extra 5,000 of margin baked into that. That's 15,000. You might, maybe you can license it so there's a lower upfront fee. But like you get a higher chunk of the residual cash flow streams. There's a lot of different ways it can like actually work. But I think just trying to get like an idea, like what's the general magnitude of the opportunity, you can just look at like an FSD sales price, and multiply that by the units. And that's like a reasonable estimate of the cash flow that you're going to be generating. And I think 15,000 is probably too low for that, maybe. But I think it's reasonable if you're assuming that you're going to get to millions of units, like the pricing is going to have to come down. So that's why, I get reasonably comfortable with that kind of a number.
Yeah. I mean, I do think not even long term, I do think the best strategy for Tesla to take here is to just do a recurring revenue model. I think 80% plus of these unsupervised cars are going to be on a monthly payment of sorts,
Well, I mean, that's where the financial incentive to push towards Cybercab specifically comes in, is that, like you don't sell Cybercabs if you're thinking you're going to make $15,000 a year on them. Like if they're driving around with no humans, you're not talking about $15,000 of margin. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars on margin. And so this is where I think Elon is so autistic about, no, you've got to make it work without a human. Like, you don't get the steering wheel and pedals because I don't want you to have the hedge. You have got to make the $100 and some $1,000, lifetime value vehicle work as quickly as possible. And once it does, then, it's a completely different profitability profile for the entire business model.
Got it. I mean, regardless, this is all hinged on unsupervised getting solved. All of this, and we're there. That was my biggest takeaway from the call, and that was the biggest thing I wanted to hear, was that I wanted the company to confirm what I saw with my own two eyes, which is like they've solved self-driving. I think it's hard to ignore that now. And the question becomes, how much of what has happened on the stock market thus far, maybe that's the question, is like, is that priced in now? Is that why we're seeing the muted reaction on Wall Street, where it's down 3% in after hours? Or do we think that they're waiting for the P&L? Or was
down
it not
because he
clear
lied.
enough?
He said that anyone can go and get FSD V14 right now. That is
I
not
know.
true.
Yeah.
I was like, no,
So not true.
it is a lie. Stock's down immediately. We can't trust anything he says.
No.
No, it was actually down after he said Optimus. Maybe that's another thing too that we didn't talk about. Optimus is going to be shown in Q1.
Yeah,
And I think the drop was people assume it was going to be shown at the investor meeting in a couple weeks.
I think that is a big thing, and I definitely feel vindicated in, he said, we're not even going to lock, design once production starts. We're hoping to show you this cool hand we've been working on in Q1. But they're like, until they make the one that they're planning to show in Q1, they won't even know, okay, like how many hundreds of hours does this work before it fails? And that's the thing where I think this hand is like the number of constraining factors that go into this are astronomical. Like, you've got to have high reliability, high precision, extremely low power, extremely low size, like volumetrically, and like basically no heat dissipation. Like, to accomplish all of those things at the same time is ridiculous. And then to say, oh yeah, and now you want that thing that, like, you've got to have an order of magnitude increase in, current capabilities of what's out there in order to achieve that. We also want to make sure that those actuators run for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours with no failures. It's not going to happen. And like, not anytime soon. It's definitely like, we're not going to have, that's why your 2028 timeline, like, I think that's a very optimistic timeline to have hands that work that well. We still have to get something out there and just start working with it and solving the problem. So like, eventually you'll just go ahead and start shipping something, and you'll just have to work around the fact that these things are not where they need to be. Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I'm actually like, Elon's right about how, like, there's reasons you have 5 fingers. All that stuff is correct. You want it to fit in the form factor that we have, but I almost think Boston Dynamics, like, chunky 3-finger hand is maybe a better place to start for now, because at least you can solve, like, you can make that do useful work. It's not going to be able to do all the things that a human can do, but that thing is going to be able to do useful work reliably for long periods of time a lot sooner than an actual, 5-finger human hand will.
Well, the hand approach is very reminiscent of like solving for FSD using neural nets.
Yep.
Right. It's like, it's very, it's like, I don't like the sort of
let the problem live.
Yeah. Let the problem live. I don't give a shit. Solve the hand, because the hand is going to be the thing. That's the first principles approach of being able to have a human or robot do everything a human can. And it's like, don't solve the progression, solve for the end state.
Yep. I'll bet you that by the time this thing is solved, he tells you, he already said the forearm and the hand is harder than the whole rest of the bot. I'll bet you before we get to the end of this, he says just the forearm and the hand is 10 times harder than the rest of the bot combined. And that's to get the stinking prototype. So this is the thing where Elon has told us the prototype is easy, production is hard. we still don't have a prototype of a hand that works. And so like adjust for that in your thinking about timelines for Optimus.
Yeah. Sorry, Matt, I had to bring that up on the screen. Yeah. So within the broader discussion of like artificial intelligence, it's becoming very obvious. Okay, so like human or robots specifically, there are going to be companies out there that are not going to try to take the Tesla approach, which is like your Boston Dynamics example of like, let us take the in-betweeners. And then those robots will probably gain market share before Tesla does, because Tesla is trying to go for the generalized solution, which is 10 times to 100 times harder than what Boston Dynamics is trying to solve for. Very similarly to what Tesla has done with the car, trying to solve for generalized AI, generalized self-driving, which is a very narrow solution for artificial intelligence.
Yeah, you're going to have Waymo humanoids.
And they're going to suffer from the same type of issues that Waymo has had, which is limited scale, complexity, potentially. But they are going to be useful in those use cases. But the human or robot TAM is 10 times to 50 times bigger than the driving TAM long term.
I think there's useful work that those companies can do that's not as safety critical, that makes those business model like the challenge for Waymo is that they can't operate profitably inside the niche that they occupy currently.
But humanoids can.
But humanoids probably could, and so those can probably be good businesses. They won't necessarily be as scalable as an Optimus robot, but they're not necessarily, just money pits.
So Figure has a pathway. Boston Dynamics has a pathway. All these different human or robot companies actually have a pathway to be successful in their ventures, because they are going for the more, like the less generalized and like the halfway point, because the market is so unbelievably large that a okay hand will get you a slice of the pie.
I mean, it honestly doesn't even have to be a hand for some things.
Whatever.
Like,
yeah,
like
a magnet.
just whatever, if you're doing a job where a human uses a tool to do that job, you just put that tool on the end of the arms instead of a hand of any kind. And there you go.
Yeah. This is a very fascinating comment. Also, there's room for generalized and specialized bots. And that's no different than like using humans or machines at a factory or a warehouse. Fascinating, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it just I'm thinking about like these shortcuts that would get you to a better solution, and it just reminds me of Elon like saying, no, we're gonna take the hard medicine, strip out radar, strip out LiDAR, we're going vision only. It's the goal maximum, and to maximize shareholder value, what you actually want to do is sprint to that goal maximum as fast as possible, and like blood, sweat, and tears, and it's going to be painful, and you're going to like screw up along the way and realize that you were like super dumb. But
people are going to scream at you that what that guy's doing over there, that shortcut that he took, that's the better road. You guys are retarded. Just Waymo this crap.
But now like I think we're just about to bear the fruit of that approach with FSD, the car. And like it's going to become super obvious that like, oh yeah, like of course vision only is like the right way to do it, and look how scalable it is. Look,
that took 10 years.
Oh, exactly. So like I think there's going to be,
and then people will say that Tesla and Elon were lucky.
Yeah.
Once it scales, it'll be like, wow, they got so lucky with this overnight success.
Wow. Yeah, but no, like I vividly remember on this 2017 earnings call, he was talking about this approach and why you want to maximize for the optimize for the goal maximum, not the local maximum. And I was just like, oh my gosh, that is like so brilliant. Like it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it'll be faster than 10 years because there've been so many advances in AI and they've already built up so much of the infrastructure. But still, I think we're going to have a very painful process of struggling through this, having hands that don't work, all sorts of
having to build a supply chain for all that he mentioned. Like that's super hard. Yeah.
This is a Tesla doesn't become a human or robot, a generalized human or robot company until 2030 at the earliest. 2031, 2032.
I would be surprised if generalized humanoid robotics profits overtake cyber like car robotaxi revenue until like late 2030s, maybe early 2040s.
I'll take the under.
I'll take the under. I think. Oh, sorry, profits or revenues?
I mean, you pick.
Ooh, this is fun. Holy shit. I say 2036 bot overtakes FSD.
Yeah, I was thinking late. Yeah, like past 2035.
Yeah,
and then
that sounds right.
like super bearish would be into the 2040s.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is one of those things where like 10 years from now, we don't know what kind of breakthroughs we're going to get. Because, okay, is AI going to start helping us design hands in like 2 to 3 years?
For sure.
Yeah.
That's going to be a huge breakthrough.
I think
Right?
2032.
2032.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, first of all, the TAM is so much larger. Second of all, they've already got these tools. I think the rate of improvement is accelerating, and you know, I think you put all those things together. Yeah, and keep in mind, like Tesla doesn't have to come up with all the breakthroughs. I mean, like Transformers were an industry-wide breakthrough that helped everything. I mean, look at the scale of compute that's being built now. Like that's going to really accelerate things.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That feels like a very realistic time frame for when this stuff's going to actually kick in. And again, like this is why this call is probably a bigger deal than most people realize. The more I think about it, because there is a lot of, like, when is the last time we've had this crystallized of an outlook for the next 5 to 10 years for Tesla? I feel like it's been very hazy because we were waiting on unsupervised, and we were waiting on something for the bot to kind of give us an idea of when it's going to kick in. I feel like we got both on this call. I don't know if you guys agree with. I don't know if that's me being optimistic or not, but it just feels like the next 5 to 10 years of Tesla has been crystallized, where you can actually sit down and make a 80% confidence model about where Tesla's likely to be in the next 5 to 10 years. I don't think we've had that for a minute.
Yeah, I think we've been a little bit over optimistic about Optimus in the community for a while, just in terms of timelines. And and then maybe even a little bit optimistic on FSD timelines in some areas. But it does feel like we're right there on FSD, on Robotaxi. And yeah, like if we'll see what the broader conversation is, you know, do people agree with us on Optimus and like how hard this challenge is going to be, or is it just going to be a few people who are kind of realistic on it and then everyone else is still like, yeah, we're going to have millions of Optimus by 2028.
You know what's the crystallization for me for Robotaxi is I think the ownership model is only going to get bigger. I think people, remember when we had Andrea on the pod a while ago, and she was like, I'm still not convinced if people are going to like not own a car or own a self-driving car. I think more people are going to own a self-driving car than use one, because the cost of owning a self-driving car is going to, deflation is going to kick in a lot of different ways. So the cost of owning your own car that will take you anywhere, that will have a steering wheel and pedal for the foreseeable future still, well, that's not going to go away in the next 10 years at all. Globally, no way. Dude, there's going to be a 10-year period where, like you said, like it's a horse and sort of car period, where the regulation is not going to be there globally for Tesla to just go fully driverless. Like they would be psychotic to do that, because they would just have idle capacity left, front, and center. They will have idle capacity everywhere.
Well, so I mean, the thing that could happen, like the unspoken scenario that seems to be how it's played out so far, is that Elon does not bring in more manufacturing production capacity until they have clear line of sight to markets that they can deliver the cars into. that they actually like they don't make any more driver and or steering wheel and pedals cars than basically they do currently, and then they only expand production as they can go with the other. That seemed like he's been very conservative with his cash. He's been very conservative with his capacity build out. Now, I don't know if that's how it's going to play out, but that's what we are seeing from him currently, is that he is matching their manufacturing capacity to driverless, like the market's ability to digest driverless vehicles.
So all new factories will make only driverless vehicles.
It's a
And
possibility.
What if the demand for what is the demand for a car where you can text and drive all the time? Seems like the entire car market. Right? So if that's the case, if that's a true statement, let's say 80% of drivers on the road would prefer to have a car where they can text and drive, or do whatever, or not even text and drive, whatever. Watch a movie and drive, whatever, sleep and drive, take a nap and drive. That percentage, like those people will demand a vehicle that can do that. They will demand one. And Tesla would be psychotic to not sell that in those markets. And so the question becomes, will those
you're
markets...
talking about Elon.
No,
who's
I know.
Clearly a psychotic person. He's like, no, I won't sell you one that has a driver or a steering wheel and pedals. But Hans,
you
can go rent one. It's a Cybercab and it's available over there.
With AI 5, this thing is going to drive itself in the middle of nowhere, Africa. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that Elon's going to be like, no, 4 billion people, it's okay. Nah. I'm just going to sit on this until I can sell it to you without a steering wheel and pedal. I'm going to wait until I can yank $2,000 worth of cost. Not even.
It's not about the costs of the thing. I think it's about, like, he wants the people who want that experience, he wants them to feel the pain necessary to motivate them to enact the correct set of regulations so that he can sell the Cybercab.
I just think I don't even understand that argument. For regulation, you want the people with the regulations to feel the pain of not having his car? I mean, maybe I misunderstood your statement.
Yeah, like he wants the people of Germany who don't get to have a Cybercab to go knocking down all of their regulators' doors. Be like, we have to have this here now. Like, fix your stupid regulations so that we can have Cybercabs. Because what's the difference between unsupervised FSD with a person in it in Cybercab?
Exactly. That's my point.
There is not a difference. Yeah.
If there's not a difference,
so I'm saying
then
if the
sell it.
regulator approves the one, then the other is approved.
No.
There's not a world in which
that's not true. That's
it should be
fundamentally
true.
not true.
Like if you don't actually have to pay attention behind the wheel.
You're doing this autism thing again, Hans.
I'm communicating Elon's autism to you, Sir Normie.
You must feel the pain of Elon's autism.
Yes. It just continually stabs me like, here's the autism. Just feel it. No, but again, like that's that's so crazy. Like the Cybercab is such a perfect form factor for Europe. And the market that is the perfect market for a Cybercab or Cybercab like with a steering wheel and pedal, he's going to be like, fuck you. I'm not going to sell you that until you let me sell it without a steering wheel and pedal. That in the most bureaucrat heavy market on the planet. Damn, dude. I don't know, brother. I mean, dude, if he does that, props to him.
I
just
guarantee you that's his
crazy.
position in the argument. Like, I don't know that he won't ever come around, but as he's having these conversations with Tesla management, that's where he wants to go.
What an exciting time. This is probably the most excited I've been about Tesla ever, personally.
I like how you said that with zero emotion. The autism's rubbing off on you too.
Dude, I've been
This
on
is-
a live stream for 5 hours.
I know. Why did you start it so early? I saw that. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not really sure. I was with the kiddo and the wife this morning.
You need to get some sleep.
Yeah, actually, we're traveling tomorrow too, so it's gonna be fun. Okay, do we want to hit anything else before we wrap this up? Actually, no. Real quick, Hans, should we tell the people, since you haven't been since we've been doing a podcast together? Should we just get the people caught up on what's going on now as far as like the two of
Sure.
us? Yeah. So Hans is doing his own thing. I'm doing my own thing. I made the decision to sort of move forward with the podcast with just myself. But the way that
it's
I
inappropriate for me to be here. So I'll let
No,
you two have a room.
stay around. No,
No,
if you gotta go, you gotta go. See ya. From my standpoint, I didn't do the best job or a good job at all transitioning into that new thing. I think with not just with my audience, but with Hans as well. And I mean, there's no bad blood, but it is something that I wish I would have done a better job with transitioning. And so ultimately, I think the where the podcast was and where it needs to go next is just with one person, with myself, because I just didn't think it was fair for Hans ultimately to be. I think we're both two very different and unique brains that I think are in this where we are now. I feel like I'm better and he's better as our own entities versus being a combined entity. Like the sum of the parts, I don't think was really creating a multiplier effect. And so, and I think that's why, yeah.
Creativity is just hard. And yeah, it's like we created a lot of things together that I think were positive. Like the sum of the parts was greater, or the whole was greater than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
But then like there's a lot of things that have been changing. And yeah, I think, from my perspective, there are a lot of things that I want to focus on trying to understand right now that are kind of outside of the wheelhouse of the audience that we had as well. And so, yeah, like I think from just a number of different levels that it does make sense.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to do things together. We actually are trying to do a pod together with James Dalma on some AI stuff. Which kind of ties into this bot conversation too, in a lot of different ways, because it's like, it was around the Andre Karpathy comments about how AI is potentially a lot further away than people are making it out to be. That's sort of the broad statement, and we sort of wanted to sit down and explore that with James Dalma. But yeah, so anyway, I just wanted to, since we were both on air on the channel, I wanted to kind of like bring people up to speed. But just for the people to hear, like I really do appreciate everything you've brought to the podcast, and it's been really cool watching you do more content on your channel too. I strongly recommend everybody goes and checks out your content on YouTube, Hans C. Nelson specifically on YouTube and on X, and it's just really cool watching you just explore the things that you're passionate about. So yeah, and Hans will be back, obviously. Like this is not the only time we're going to do stuff together. So, but thank you, dude. Thank you very much for everything.
Yep. And it's, like, so if you're interested more in somewhat AI hardware, but really, just like the broader AI eco space, that's what I spend a lot of time. Recently, I've been going way down the rabbit hole on NVIDIA and Jensen, which, it's kind of feels like a little bit late to be doing that from one standpoint. But the more I realize like how many different things he's touching, the more I realize that that's also a much bigger and longer term story that's going to continue to play out, that it is, kind of like finding Elon in the days, maybe finding Elon in 2020 after things had already blown up. So that's an interesting thing, trying to understand a little bit better where AMD and Lisa Su are going to fit into this whole story, and then doing a lot more research into the individual AI companies. I spent a lot of time, like part of the genesis of all this was like, man, I think XAI is probably the most important thing that Elon is working on right now. Even though I love Tesla, even though the majority of my investment dollars are tied up in Tesla, I need to understand what's going on with XAI more deeply. And that then touches all these other things. Well, if you want to understand XAI, you kind of have to understand what's going on with Google and DeepMind and Gemini and all that stuff, and OpenAI and Sam Altman and Jensen and NVIDIA and Lisa Su and AMD and Anthropic and all these different things. And so, yeah, it's like I've been spending a lot of time doing a lot of research on stuff that's really outside of, the core interests of, most people who just love Tesla. And so it's been a lot of learning, from my standpoint. It feels like back before I ever started making content on Tesla, and I spent hundreds of hours, just trying to get up to speed on what all was there. And yeah, that's it's been quite the journey.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So everybody go make sure you check him out. Hans at Hansi Nelson on YouTube and X. So awesome. Anything else?
I'm hungry. I don't know if you are.
I'm hungry and my brain's falling out of my butt.
Yeah, that was a long stream.
That was a marathon.
And yeah, you were here longer than me. So, anyways, everyone have a great night.
Yeah, you too. It's exciting. It's it is very exciting. I mean, ultimately, it's very exciting. But anyway, thank you, Hans. Thank you, everybody.
Yep.
Have a good night, everybody. Go have some food.